The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Well-Being.
A big thank you and salute. We're going to get to the financial gifts right now. A big thank you and salute. I'm actually lightheaded. I am lightheaded over the victories for white well-being. This is so glorious in the service of our people. You can see by these examples and the ones that I cited from earlier, how you can take the Go Free stratagem into the world, into your life. You can change the curriculum out of school. You can get a major media outfit to change the image they're using in their reportage. You can get a union to come to your defense, even when it's anti-white blacks saying how much of a racist you are. You can get a fucking police department to immediately change their policy. This is replicable. This is scalable. If it's done to change major media, union, a school curriculum, and a police department policy, it can be replicated, scaled up to hundreds of thousands. And if it's scaled up to hundreds of thousands, as I have been arguing for well over a decade, if it's scaled up to hundreds of thousands, we have our destiny back. Everything changes. This should be clipped. It should be promoted on billboards. It should be all over Twitter. It should be in everyone's face. Everywhere. This is how we recapture the destiny of Western Congo. This is how we put an end to our victimization. End of conversation. Big salutes. Big salutes.
Like In a world that's trying to tear us apart, they throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadow, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the sake of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of the hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts, and pride in our soul, we'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel shame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God! is dark, the way is lost, my eyes they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Thank God it is Sunday, ladies and gentlemen. What a glorious day. The gathering of Western kind. Feature stories today. U.S. invasion of Venezuela imminent. Judge punches lawyer right in the face. Japan going black. They won't come back. The lesson of the day. The saboteur. We haven't covered that in a long time. And from the glossary, the two components of a meme pathogen. Your comments and questions, and then there's this. My wife said we should hire a maid. She said, the job will get done a lot more often, and they'll do it way better. Well, apparently, should we hire a hooker for the same reasons? Was the wrong answer. Well, we are going free, ladies and gentlemen. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And what time is it where you are, where we are reigning in Church of the West, going free, ladies and gentlemen, where all things are possible in service to white well-being, the recapture of our destiny. Yeah, you don't want to talk to your wives and girlfriends that way. You don't want to. You might not want to tread that road. Well, unless she deserves it. I mean, honestly, unless she deserves it. But otherwise, we are here and we are going free. What time is it where you are? The weather is absolutely immaculate in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac. What is the weather like where you are? What is your season? As a matter of fact, we are going into, after a very hot and humid summer, seems like an early autumn and early fall, which is fine with me. Had enough of the heat and the moisture of the summer already. Can't believe I didn't grow gills. We are here to cover a number of items so that you have something to talk about, to catalyze the introduction of the concepts and dialectics that we share in the Go Free Dialogic, the practice that we use to reclaim our destiny on an individual level and by way of the concentric rings that we touch with our lives into everything around the world. You want to take this opportunity to let folks know. You want to take the opportunity to retweet, quote tweet, post here, post there, so that we can get some folks in here and they too can be exposed, and we can glean the diamonds from the gravel. We can glean the valuable from the refuse, which is, of course, the rest of the white population. They just don't want to do what is going to benefit ourselves as individuals by way of our community. So we'll find the people that are good enough to do that. Happy Labor Day to every single one of you who are celebrating the fact that we work our asses off for nothing over the course of our lives. So a big salute, a big happy Promethean salute to everybody who works for a living instead of votes for a living, living off our backs, living off our taxes, that we have to pay for everything. We have to obey the laws. We have to pay, and everybody else just living off of us, just sucking the lifeblood out of us. While we are together here today, I want to interact with you, even if you disagree with me, as long as you do it in a polite way. You can tag me as @ no white guilt. I have said hello over here on Premium Rumble. It's up and running. You can reach out on the live chat on X, which is up and running. You can reach out even on Entropy today. It does appear to be up and running, but you'll have to let me know for sure that it is. There is the Tall Kevin widget over there that you can write your comments in. You can reach out there. You can reach out on DLive. You can reach out on Odyssey. And of course, you can reach out on YouTube, and I'll give you my eye on all of these platforms for your comments. You can also financially gift yours truly while we are here today. And isn't that a nice thing? Let me just make sure we don't. We have, of course, Maximilian von Fock is with us, ladies and gentlemen. He has joined us again. He is back in the closet. God bless him. He even contributed one of our stories for our quick news and laughs today. And we're going to be getting to that shortly. But if you would like to financially gift yours truly as we are here today, you can head on over into the description on YouTube. You will repel. You will find the app that permits cash, and you can financially gift me there. You will find Subscribestar. You can financially gift me there. You will find Premium Rumble, and you will find DLive, all of them, as well as, of course, Entropy, the Dude Bro Moment a platform. I think those people over there, they might have to forfeit it all over to Dude Bro moving forward because of these problems, but God bless them. Entropy over there, you can financially gift there as well, as you were able to do nonetheless, even when the stream didn't reach you. You can head on over to nowhiteguilt.org. You click on the financial gift tab, you'll find it over there. You'll find a lot of things over there, a lot of links, the books, the games, the chat GPT, you'll find a lot of interesting things over there. Get involved. We want you involved. You'll find 5 cryptocurrency wallets at which you can financially gift yours truly. And you'll also find the snail mail address, and you can reach out to me there and I will read your mail. And we will have a good time together. It shows up in the Thaumatological Mailbag, and you'll say, what is that? The Thaumatological Mailbag? Someone in the live chat will help you out, because that's how we roll here. If, though, you would like to donate to white well-being, a white positive stance across the Western world, there is a premier entity on planet Earth that is doing this. This is your opportunity. So in years to come, if everything goes to shit, they will say, well, did you financially gift? Were you involved? Were you creating memes? Were you swashing? And if you weren't one of those people, then you can just right off to hell. You could just go yourselves. You can go free yourselves. And that is the foundation for whitewellbeing.org. You'll head on over there. You'll fill out the form and please indicate that you would like those funds to come to yours truly. If you would like to share clips of the work that we do, you say the 4.5 hours is a mighty time to be doing anything. And I know for you, that's problematic. For me, it's no problem. I got to say, lots of stamina, like world record. Everybody says it's the best stamina. Everybody says. And you're looking for clips. Well, we have masters of the clip, and you'll find the links for those individuals, as well as much of the music that you will hear right here, originally created by people in this community, full-blown musicians as well, all the way different genres of music as well. You'll find it all. I know I don't have everybody's up there yet. I got to get everybody. In fact, I'm now thinking, do I have Andre Moisajev? Is he up there? Somebody's got to help me with this stuff. Somebody's got to help me. Where are you going to help? Where are you going to show up? You got to help me, because I'm oozing the Riz. I'm oozing the Riz over here. And I need a little bit of help on those things to recall that has to be done. But we can get right to it, and we'll be getting right to Happy Labor Day. As I say, Happy Labor Day. Happy Labor Day. Cockatoo is here. Azimuth Clark is an ardent party. So many champions have shown up. We're going to jump right into a segment, but I will also let you know that you can find in the description below, you'll find some of the Telegram groups that we have here. You will also find out that we have a shade tree almost every single day on X. You want to head on over there and participate in those conversations. It is a growing community, and I am, yes, you are, knows, a big fan. We really like him, and he's a big fan, and he's a big guy. We want everything to work out well for him and Elon. We know there's a little bit of static at the moment, but we're going to remedy the static. Land of the Fake and Savage Monday have both shown up over here on Premium Rumble. Premium Rumble. They are here, ladies and gentlemen. So many champions are here. Let's jump into our first segment of the day. The segment is titled Getting Into My Tweets. Getting Into My Tweets is the first segment of the day. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Here we have me tweeting about this past week, of course. We had the anti-white terrorist who was also a Jewsburg. And I write here, so an anti-Jew, Spurg, Robin Westman. And I know his name was originally Robert. He legally changed it to Robin. So he's a guy with a girl's name. He even said he was going back, and as I understand, for all the anti-whites listening now at YouTube, that he wanted to go back to being a guy. But Robin Westman gunned down white kids. So he was an anti-Jew, but he gunned down white kids. How then does Jewsburging automatically mean pro-white? Of course it doesn't. So get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. If you are one of those, maybe we should just be focused on white well-being. Yes, I say, well, I just wanted to point out the Jewsburgs have been, the copium has been rich. It has been so rich, the copium, these Muppet Jewsburgs. But I had this teenager show up. Is it Ellis? And he's like, I don't think from watching the 11-minute video that Robin was anti-Jew, but pro-death. He was pro-death. I mean, this copium is so sickening. Call yourselves out there. And it's because they are coping hard because the guy was anti-Jew. And they want anti-Jew to be pro-white, because they need the pretext of pro-white so that they don't sound as slimy as they actually are. Following around a group of people and hating on them. No, don't do that. But you know where I was going with it. So I say in response to him, so he wasn't a real anti-Jew? He wasn't a real one? And you're one of the real ones, aren't you? By the way, this Ellis here doesn't follow a lot of people. He gets his opinions and thoughts from Nick Fuentes. He actually shares Nick Fuentes' argument here that Robin was just an edgelord. He's an edgelord. If somebody's calling the guy an edgelord, it's because they are a Jewsburg. That's where it's all coming from. It's coming from Nick Fuentes, saying that, well, he doesn't have anything to do with hating on the Jews like we do. He's just worshiping death. He's a nihilist. He's not a real anti-Jew like us real anti-Jews. Shut up. So that's what he says here. His real argument is that he's not a real anti-Jew, and he tries to claim that he's just taken a couple of really superficial statements off of the internet and then wrote those on his gun. Except he also talked about Hias. And so that seems a little bit more in depth than just like a random, the Holocaust didn't happen kind of a comment. But anyhow, we go back and forth, and I just wanted to share that because I kept pinning him on, hey, what about benefiting the white race? And this clown, this kid, Champ here, wouldn't do it. He wouldn't talk about that. He ended up saying, perhaps you're too old to understand the internet. Yeah, that's the problem that we have here. By the way, not only is a Fuentes follower, but he is also literally a follower on X of the subversive Western Kind United, telling you everything you need to know about this bitch, this boy right here. It's not a real Jew. And we have this. The anti-Jew-spurgs are reaching delirious levels of copium over the anti-white and anti-Jew terrorists. They're out there saying, well, he had other thoughts. He had other opinions. He didn't like this or he did like that as well. That is irrelevant for the point that you can be anti-Jew and kill white children. He drove by a mosque on the way to kill white. Therefore, he wasn't anti-Jew. He was anti-Jew. You can be anti-white and anti-Jew. And the people who are saying you can't are the ones who are using pro-white as a pretext to be anti-Jew. They just want to make their low-life scum lives look like they're honorable, valiant fighters for something, when really they're just shadow haunting a successful group of human beings. So here you have some of the claims in response. Robin wasn't a real Jew or anti-Jew. He wasn't a real anti-Jew like us. Robin is the first brain rot shooter because he didn't have any socio-political thoughts. He didn't have any, killing this connection between anti-Jew meaning pro-white or pro-white is anti-Jew. Killing that nexus, killing that connection is one of the most important things that can be done today. It is one of the most, and anybody entertaining even the slightest notion is an enemy. The slightest notion that they are the same thing is an enemy of the white race. Period. Full stop. Go to hell. Kill. You know the rest of it. Robin was a lowbrow. That was the other thing Ellis had to say. He was a lowbrow anti-Jew, not a highbrow anti-Jew like us. Gotcha. Robin was a Jew. His mother was a Jew. And he murdered whites. Therefore, he couldn't be anti-Jew. That tells you everything you need to know about the people using pro-white as a pretext for their anti-Jew spurging. Tells you everything. If he killed white people, he can't, because for white people means anti-Jew. These people are the cancer of the white race. They are the disease of the white race. They show up incessantly. They've been showing up trying to destroy the shade tree. Anything gets started that purports to care about white people in any way that we're going to say, hey, we object to the white victimization of white people. The Jew spurgs show up and they're like, it's the Jews, it's the Zionists, it's the wokies work that they create. Shut up, your greasy ass, take a shower, take a bath, and kill. You know the rest of it. Face it, anti-Jew spurging doesn't mean pro-white. It's just anti-Jew. They are two different things. I say finally, and go for it. Be as anti-Jew as you like, but let's not confuse things moving forward. And I'm going to have to challenge people from now on, even where they intersect this community in the periphery. I'm going to have to show up and challenge them. They're not the same thing. Countries like Japan importing Indians and Africans is a consequence. That's amazing that I have to roll in there and share this one and one more, I think I got left, or two more of my tweets. It's amazing that I have to talk about this, that there's so much intentional misdirection to lead the white race into traps so we don't fight for ourselves, so we don't see the world in a comprehensive and collective view for our well-being. It's always got to be dispersed into something else. I guarantee you, some of these little pedantic prattlers that want to talk about it, the Zionist and their wokies doing this, I promise you, they'll tell you that there's something called a global elite, and screw yourselves for saying that. When I go to over to one of these golf clubs that I don't have enough money to be a member of, and they say, sir, we have a table available in the elite section. I say, yes, I will take that because my brain knows that to be good. So therefore, I'm not with that like you. I'm not going to call our victimizers, but then you're like, no, I'm going to stick with the way that we do it. Screw the Jason guy. Not going to listen. So I guarantee you they'll say, well, there's some sort of global elite they're doing this to everybody. So therefore, it's not anti-white. They're not doing it to everybody. There isn't a they doing anything. That is your midget wit mentality who can't understand the world. You can only hold a few data points. You know how well I did on the IQ test? Do you know how many? You know where memory plays a role in the IQ test? It's the short-term memory where you hold as many pieces of data in your head as possible. Do you know that I can do 15 letters or numbers forward and backwards? And so you are retarded compared to me. Just understand that. No matter how many books and I mean that in the absolute dictionary medical sense, retardation compared to me. You are retarded. So it doesn't matter how much reading you do, how many books you've read, how many great classes you took, how many authors you can cite. You are a functional retard compared to me. Do you actually know what the upper average used to be? 7. Do you know what it is? It's gone down. 7. I can do 15. So that's how many points of data and more I can hold in my head at once. More than twice what you, maybe even 3 times. So you just can't comprehend. So don't come to me and say, and that's God's gift to me. And I am God's gift to you. So make the right decision. So they want to say, oh, they're doing it to everybody. No, what's happening here is the West has influenced the world because we dominate everything, because we crush, because we knock it out of the park, because we dominate. So even today, even since the West has gone absolutely methodically and psychotically anti-white, that's the influence that we continue to spread onto these other countries of the world, including Japan. So don't come to me and say, wow, but they're doing it to the Japanese too. It's a very complex thing. It's a super complex thing. Shut up. The reason your voice is so high like that is because you got no nads. Countries like Japan importing any Indians, Africans is a consequence of the dominating influence of the anti-white West. It's no different than the West influence since our first interactions. It's not a global elite mongrelizing the world. They're not creating some mongrel. There is no cigar smoking, and they're like, hey, you know what we really need? What do we need? What do we need, Jason? Well, what we need is we need a chimp-like human being that could, so that when we walk the streets, it's a very chimp-like environment, and they can pull levers, and they can do drugs and watch our pornography. That's all we really. That's not happening. Stop that can happen in your fantasy. It probably does. It's probably a sexual fantasy for you. Maybe that's why you keep pushing it. You're hoping that's what they're going to take you and they're going to put you in some room and they're like, we're going to breed you. We're going to breed you with all these different peoples of the world so that we get no midget wit, no TARDIS, no vegetable, not happening. For the love of God. You know, before the internet was a thing and you got to meet all of these tards in person, you got to see firsthand the absolute worst of the trailer park show up. And they had like cat urine stains on their clothing and they stank like cigarettes and their hair wasn't washed and it was all in there. They had like shaky as they're reading at the front of the room. I was there. I had to suffer through all of this. Where were you? And they're like, and there is a cabal, and it's an extensive. Everyone knows, of course, it to be true that there's this cabal, and they sit astride the world. How do you know? I just know. Everybody knows. Shut up. You live in the trailer. You have no idea. You live in public housing. You don't know what the trillionaires and infinitaires are up to. Shut up, for love of God. Grifters from hell. Only fantasies support such conclusions, where on the other hand, we have infinite examples of anti-white. Boy, anti-whiteism is everywhere, but they know what's going on in the secret cabal. You really have to be suffering from anti-whiteism to fail to identify this obvious truth. Japan denies promoting, and so you had all this news racing across the internet again, and it was false again. How many times have we seen? I mean, I swear to God, it's coming out of some hardcore anti-white department at Harvard, at Yale, at Princeton, in Israel, somewhere, where every now and again, when white people start looking around the globe and they're like, man, this shit's happening just to us all the way around the world. And then they're like, oh no, Japan too. Shut up. If you come to find out, the Japanese government is like, no, we're not importing millions of Africans. What are you even talking about? So once again, another fiction that it's happening to Japan. But where Japan looks like the anti-white West, that's no different than Japan looking like the West. What would Japan and the Japanese look like if there was or were no West? What would that look like? Who knows? But it wouldn't look like it does today. It's heavily influenced by white people, Western kind. That's us. And since so many of us are anti-white, Japan is similarly influenced. Fuck's sake. Will you please just kill your... You know what to do. You know what to do. Next to finally last, here you have a white female, anti-white. She's talking about students at Temecula, and we're going to see in the quick news a little blurb about this. They are being asked, or so ostensibly it's being reported, they're being asked that, hey, if you can't, if you're a young lady and you can't, is this how they talk in Temecula? And you can't, totally radical, you can't take your clothes off in the locker room in front of a biological boy, a new girl, maybe that's what they should have called them, new girls. That's going to be next. Just, I mean, that's, for some reason, that just strikes me as, that'll be, it's a new girl. And so, are you unable to take your clothes off in front of the new girls? Because if you are, you're going to sign this document that will follow you around for life, that will say you're crazy. That when, unlike me, suffering from toxoplasmosis, I've been sniffing my cat's ass for decades. And so I write in response to that, anti-whiteism, white erasing our norms. That's what's happening. That's what's happening. Inevitable consequence of ignoring the anti-white nature of all of this. More to come. More to come. If you fail to acknowledge that this is the white erasure of our norms, more to come. And finally, the left and the right are anti-white. Perhaps you heard Trey Gowdy. I've always detested this POS. He is anti-white as they come. He is, and he talks where there's a little bit of a southern accent here. He's like, I hate them white people. I hate them white people much as you do. I think what we need to do is get rid of that right to self-defense. We're going to get rid of this right to self-defense because psycho anti-whites ago. And then he blames it on whites, particularly white boys. So white guys are to blame, according to Trey. This is the party that sees no color. I write this. The left and the right are anti-white. Trey, Republican Gowdy, of the party and voters who don't see color, i.e. race. The party and the voters who don't see color. You have to remind the cucks about, hey, you're the ones who don't see color, except when you can blame white people. White women, we've seen a lot of this lately with them talking about how, oh, it's the white boomers, it's the white women, now it's the white boys. Republican Party folks, wake up. They're anti-white. White Republican voters, wake up. You need to start listening to us. So he blames white males. He doesn't blame anti-whiteism for, doing this to the white race. It's anti-whiteism that white erased the norms of the West, that gave you environments where anti-whites and psychotic people, and they could all just live their urges. They could pursue the phantom of happiness, which is never happiness, and do this to young white guys like this Robert. Robert should have never been subjected to this. When he said, I have this delusion, I have a fantasy, I want to chase the phantom of happiness. White people would have said, in a world that's not white erased, no, you won't. That doesn't lead to happiness. I know it looks like it, but that's the phantom of happiness. You need to do X, Y, and Z. We're going to get you out there working in the yard. We're going to get you whatever it is. That's how I would have approached it, at least. And he would be alive today. And so would those babies at the Catholic school, which was his interaction with what? Western civilization. So it's not a war on Catholics. It's a war on the West. That's just where his life interacted the West. So Trey doesn't blame anti-whiteism for doing this to the white youth. No, it's just the fault of white males. And literally he says this, white males. Then he reels it in when he remembers the one recent female in Tennessee. And so he says, it's almost always white males. So we need to have a conversation about the Second Amendment. No, this conversation is going to be about the right to self-defense. At least if you're listening here, at least if you are in the religion of the West, if you are with us and you embrace me as your hierarch, you're going to do something intelligent and you're going to have a conversation about the right to self-defense. And you will not take away my right to self-defense. I mean, how many times we're going to use this in a conversation? Really goes back to and we get into our first item here today. And before we get into our quick news and our main story, which of course is the imminent war with Venezuela, it's entirely possible that the world gets taken at unawares, because that's how war should be conducted. So basing this on how war should be conducted, it does. For some, there are some signs. There is smoke, and where there's smoke, there's fire. This is how war should be conducted. How warfare, it should be swift. It should be blitzkrieg. Venezuela should be flattened. The electrical grid, etc., everything shut down, and we're going to be getting to it. It just might be. And the head of the dog decapitated. That's how war should be fought. But before we get into that, we've got the police of Florida pastors arrested for blocking removal of a Black History Matters mural. And I will say hello to Mark, Carlos, Franklin, Jerome, Eva, Metal, the cat, Masumek. So good to see so many of you. Dennis, Corey, is here. Please let everybody know that we are live and we are going free. This is your Church of the West. You can accept the Church of the West, or you can go to hell, because that's where you're going to go. Because that's the trend. That's where it's been. That's where it keeps going. Oh my God. That little champ. Yeah, I perhaps you're too old to understand the internet. And trying to make himself sound smart in one of his first responses to me, Ellis, instead of just saying that Robin was crazy, he had to say some Latin phrase, non compos mentis or something like that. He's like, and he's non compos mentis. Prattle much? trying to baffle gab your way into making people think you're intelligent. Here you have the reality, folks, of the real winners of the culture war, which is not this very superficial interaction with anti-white policies, which are the thinnest, the weakest. They are the veneer of what is really powerful and meaningful in the engine of the social construct that is the culture, this projection out into the world that is the culture. This is the least valuable, the least meaningful are these rules, codes, laws at the top that the president can intercede on and he can change for now and it'll be changed back later. This is where the rubber meets the road. Two pastors literally in the road, stopping the removal of a banner, an eyesore painted on a road, Black History Matters. So surely the pastors are black, right? That would make sense. Oops. What's that? Oh, it looks like it's two anti-white white guys. Police arrested two Florida pastors on Friday after they were accused of trying to block crews from painting over a Black History Matters. And you know, it is wonderful. I'm very happy about the reality. You know, in DC, you see these things, especially the big Black Lives Matter painted along the road. And it's all being taken up. It's being taken up in so many places around the country. These anti-white flag murals, crosswalks. Of course, it was always a hazard. And people, a lot of the cucks talked about that initially because they don't want to talk about how it's an attack on the white race. So they come out and they say, well, it's just when I'm driving, I don't know what those lines mean. It might cause an accident. Guess what? Once again, an abstraction didn't change things. It didn't help things. What a surprise. Christopher is with us. Great Sunday, everyone. Great Sunday to see you, brother. Anti-Vilification League 07's in the house. Janitor of White Noir. AVL is working for white well-being to heal the world. Yes, indeed. Thank you so much for that. Good to see you all. So I'm happy to see this happening. I guess I'm not surprised that any of these quacks are going to get out in the road and put their lives at risk, potentially. God, I wish, to prevent these things from being painted over. I'm seeing anti-whites, videos of anti-whites deciding that they're going to paint up their driveways because these crosswalks and these giant intersections and etc., they're being painted over and replaced or even pulled up, even destroyed. And then the roadway being remade. They're painting their driveways. And I think that's kind of delicious because I think probably the day after or the day after that, the HOA Waffen will show up at their house. We saw you painted your driveway. Do you intend to change this? Unbuckling the holster. Do it. Authorities said the men tried to keep FDOT, Florida Department of Transportation workers, from painting over the mural outside the Woodson African American Museum in the old African American Museum, the old African American. The first thing you see when you go in the African American Museum is a sculpture of a watermelon. That's actually true. I saw that on a video. I said, this can't be, but it was real. I don't know. I can't recall which. You'll have to look for it. Which African-American museum. I was like, no, you didn't. I love watermelon. What's wrong with watermelon? I eat it all the time. My mama, when I was a baby, she would be like, here's some watermelon, baby. And we, of course, pour lots of salt on. I love salt. And it's like, more salt. I want my eyes to water from the salt when I eat my watermelon. I'm a Southerner. I can't help it. And both men are pastors. They are the Reverend Andy Oliver and of the Allendale United Methodist Church and the minister Benedict Atherton Zeman, 59, from the University Universalist Church. What has become of Christianity? You know, Christianity will be healthy again when white well-being activists kick the fucking door in. When we kick the, metaphorically, don't go kick the door in unless you own it. Then you go ahead and do what you want. But when we kick the door in and we storm in there, we won't have to listen to the anti-white garbage from the pulpit anymore. We will grab the priest. And I call this giving them respect. You get respect when you're white positive. You don't get respect because you wear some fancy clothing or not, or you're reading from the Bible. You don't get my respect for that. You get my respect when you're white positive. So grab them by the scruff, and they're all pansies. So it ain't going to be tough. Grab them by the scruff of the neck, and you toss them out until they're ready, or somebody to replace them that is going to teach the Holy Bible through the lens of white well-being. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Do not tell me you can't teach. It's the word of God. You can't go teaching it through the lens of something. You've been doing that for generation after generation after generation, teaching through the lens of anti-whiteism. Don't give me no bullshit. Let's not even get into the conversation on how we get King James Version and how we get the books that were decided to be in the Bible and how we don't even get into that conversation. You've been teaching through the lens of anti-whiteism. So you will teach through the lens of white positivity, or you will get no respect. This is what you look like, my friends. Video footage shows the pair kneeling. I bet they kneel for each other in the street, and one of them appears to be praying. As first responders, lights flash behind them. There they are. Boy, they're on their knees again. You don't get on your knees for the Church of the West. You stand shoulder to shoulder. That's the difference. Law enforcement said they were arrested after they blocked the cruise by sitting in the middle of this. I almost read that as shitting. I guess it's the same thing for these people. Anti-white scum. As they were sitting in the street. They were arrested after they blocked the cruise by sitting in the middle of the street and refusing to move when they were told to do so. How many of you all, just as an aside, we're going to be getting to our quick news in a minute, because what happens next in this story is the Florida crew here runs them over. I got that wrong. That might have been like a little bit of a slip. They actually just get them to move. Run them over, get them to move. How many of you have been to church? Maybe you stopped going to church because, like me, and you stopped going to church because you go in there and you have this hardcore anti-white double standard. The preacher is up there, the congregation, and all day long they're like, oh, the poor non-whites in Swaziland on the other side, the poor non-whites in the state beside us, the poor non-whites, and never about us. Never about us. You can't talk about white people. You can't, even in church, you can't stand up and say, hey, we should defend white people. They're going to be like, whoa, God created white people. And then you'll have the pastor who will say, oh, well, we all have got the same. We're all the same sons. No, we're not. God made us specifically. That means he wants us. Period. End of conversation. He made us specifically. He wants us. Sick of the double standards. I couldn't handle it. I would take my head in my hands over and over at you all day long, talking about the poor non-white this, the poor non-white that. And nowadays, of course, thank God I'm not there. So many of the churches, it's the poor transgender this, the poor morbidly obese that. In addition to all of these privileged groups, never. Hey, let's do for the white race. You can talk about us as individuals, right? We're paying for the fucking church. We're the ones paying for the church. We're the ones who are expected to be selfless. We're the ones who are supposed to do the charity work on the church. We're the ones who are supposed to, if you have a pavement laying company and you attend the church, you are expected to lay the drive and the parking lot for the church for nothing or for next to nothing, below cost, and you're losing. You're expected to do that. Meanwhile, Other congregants, they can be at Annunciation Catholic Church, and they can be waddling through this place at war with every aspect of Western civilization, at war with the white race. They can go without financially gifting. They could go without tithing. They can go without participating. They can go without giving their time, and nobody ever says anything. It's like the rest of society. Nobody ever says anything. They're just, no, they're delicate. No, you can't expect them to have to do what you have to do. You just have to pay for them. This can't go on. And that's one of the reasons why the church is dead. That's one of the reasons why. That's why the productive people stop showing up. That's why you can go to Pennsylvania right now and find some of the most gorgeous churches in the world. I didn't even know. I have had trips up into Pennsylvania, and you pull into this little shitty, wasted town that died because of NAFTA, and it died with the deals with China after that, and all the work. Because why out there, cucks? Because the Republicans care about money. They don't care about white people. They don't care about you. So they just said, hey, ship their jobs off. You all white people, you could do meth. You could do meth for all we care. Just die. We're just here for the dollars, the GDP, buddy. That's all that matters. Time for that to change. You drive into these towns, and it's countless for me. It's happened so many times. And then you turn a corner, and you're like, where did this like Germanic, Gothic, magical structure come from? Oh, well, the original German settlers. Oh, the original Dutch settlers, Jason. And it says here on the and I'm like, what do you mean the original? They did this that long ago? They did this that long ago. They were the contributors. The halls of worship, the pews full with contributors. Well, guess what happens, Christianity, as anti-whiteism has defeated it and destroyed it? They exploit those who are the doers, who are the contributors, who are the ones that have to obey the rules, who are the ones. What do you think happens to the children in the family of doers at that church? And they have to obey all the rules. They've got to pray every single day. They've got to pray before dinner. They've got to pray when they go to bed. They have got to give to charity their time, their money. They have to always be thinking of someone else. And if they break the rules at all, they're in trouble. They're in trouble with man's law. They're in trouble. They're in trouble with God's law. They're in trouble. What do you think happens when they grow up in a world where all of that applies to them, these white little children, and they look out and they see that doesn't apply to all the non-white kids? It doesn't apply to the kids that are batshit crazy. They can do what they want. They can be on a street corner having sex. They can be out there smoking drugs. They can be shooting lines and shooting their veins up. And when it comes time for church, who is celebrated? Who are the people who are brought before the rest of the congregation and showered with love and affection and attention? It's not the doers. It's not the white kids that have to obey all the rules. This applies to the rest of society as well as church. What we can see, though, in the microcosm of church, what happens in the macrocosm of Western civilization. Because those white kids growing up in those burdensome environments where they have to give, they have to obey all the laws and the rules and the moral code, etc., but all of the others, none of that, and they're the celebrated ones. Well, those kids leave. And what's left then to the church are the losers, the riffraff, the scum, the anti-white garbage. And you head into these churches, as I have in Pennsylvania over the years a number of times, and what do you see? You see pews as far, it's like an NFL stadium. Pews and pews, and they're all empty, except for like the first two rows, where the most sickening group of Star Wars looking entities are sitting. That's what you see. And what are they talking about at the front? How they're going to get more money from where? Not the congregants, no, from the taxpayers. And the church is now going to allow homeless to live in this part of the church, or homeless to eat at that part of the church, so that they can get paid some. Christianity's defeated, my friends. The only way it's going to make a comeback is when white positivity supplants the anti-white immoral imperative. So there, look at this freaking eyesore. Black history. Black history matters. So they were arrested, thank God. Governor DeSantis signed a bill into law June. FDOT Secretary Jared Perdue described the bill as an effort to keep transportation facilities free and clear of political ideologies. See, that's a problem in my book. That's a problem in my book. And many years ago, I was lured many times by the cucks. And they said, well, you shouldn't have politics in the transportation department. It should be, they are just transportation. There should be white well-being in the transportation department, period. You don't think that's right? Then you're going to end up with anti-whiteism in the transportation department. So get used to it. You're going to have DeSantis today, but tomorrow you're going to have Santis. You're going to have Hugh Santis. And that new Santis is probably going to speak to you in some sort of broken foreign gibberish. And he's going to say that you're going to have the anti-whiteism in your transportation. And then you're going to be like, oh, well, why can't we just have a transportation department that only is worried about transportation? Because that's not how human beings work. So there you have it. They were charged, the recent mural and one of the LGBTQ community, so anti-whiteism, were, among others, slated to be removed. Let's remove them bitches. Let's get rid of every single one of them. We're going to do some quick news. If you all would like to do that, a little bit of fun, quick news. If you don't know what it is, you're about to find out. Then we're going to get to our main items today. You don't want to miss Church of the West. Make sure you share while we're doing the quick news. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
A California school wanted girls to declare that they had a mental health issue if they didn't want to share the locker room with a boy. Apparently, in California, sanity is now a pre-existing condition. This is the form that was circulated by Temecula Valley Unified School District, a mental health accommodation request form.
We are young women and do not feel comfortable changing in front of a biological male.
I think it's hilarious that the cucks and the schmucks, they've been over the course of my life. I'm certainly over the course of it's gotten infinitely worse with those avenues, those vehicles, those ideologies available to you, those approaches available to you. And now we have this little girl and they're like, we don't want to get naked in front of the boys. You will get naked in front of the boys. And then in 5 more years, 10 more, you will perform sexual acts on them. You will not exclude them. And then they'll all be like, in the cucks and the schmucks, they'll be like, whatever you do, don't do the white positive thing. Let's keep rolling. There it is. Stop anti-whiteism. And I got my new avatar from Stop Anti-Whiteism. Big salutes on this avatar I'm using on here and on Twitter. Yeah, baby. This is awesome. This idiot here is trying to attack Western civilization by attacking the norms of what it means to be a male, which of course is to have sang-froid, to have equanimity, to be calm, cool, and collected, for those who didn't know the first two. And so it's tell me again how the women are just too emotional. Well, I think this is totally badass, because this lawyer is endlessly, this defense attorney, attacking this judge. And the judge finally has had enough. And even though he's an old guy, I think Murphy is his name. Yeah, Murphy. And he finally says to the attorney, hey, if you want to fight, let's go fight. And the attorney's like, let's do it. And so they walk. I think the attorney is a Jew, but the lawyer is. The judge is a white guy. They go outside, right outside the court, and into the hall, and the judge beats the shit out of him, and then comes back and continues working. That's how it should be, in my opinion. We have to be careful with the audio here, but listen closely.
I'm not waiving. You want to set up for trial, set up for trial. All right. If you want to set for docket telling, set for docket telling. I'm not waiving in any case. This is an emergency.
If I had a rock, I would throw it at you right.
So the judge just said, if I had a rock, I would throw it at you right now.
This is
Stop pissing me off. Just sit down. I'll take care of it. I don't need your help.
No, you know what? I'm the public defender. I have a right to be here, and I have a right to stand and represent my clients.
If you want to fight, let's go out back, and I'll just.
So there he goes. He goes marching off. The judge gets up. Now listen close. Oh my God. I love it. That is hilarious. He's like, you son of a bitch. Here we go. And this is how ladies fight back. They hate Trump. Let's hear what they have to say.
Trump is in the files. He is a pedophile. He is a pedophile. He trafficked and abused young girls. Trump is in the files.
Oh my God. This is seriously. I guarantee you there are females of both sexes in that group right there. Grab your dancing shoes, a floral hat, an apron, and your ukulele. Turn the volume up. You don't want to miss these grannies singing about Trump. I promise there are males in there. Let's keep it rolling.
Do they realize what this means? A man in Illinois is being charged with homicide after secretly giving his girlfriend chemical abortion drugs. When the mother told him that she was pregnant, he wanted her to get an abortion, but she wanted no part of that. She was trying to choose life for her child, but this guy took matters into his own hands, went and bought mifepristone, the chemical abortion drug, and then secretly gave it to her against her will. The official charge is the intentional homicide of an unborn child. If he's convicted, it carries a 20-year minimum prison sentence, as it should. Do they not realize that they just acknowledged the unborn baby is, in fact, a human being deserving of human rights and equal protection under the law?
Imagine this. The law will end up saying, as long as things remain anti-white, that men may not murder, but women can. That's the cutout for white women. Men may not murder. That's going to still continue to hold for men. But women can murder. Because if you're going to conclude that aborting a baby is murder for the guy, if a guy does it, then it's still murder if the girl does it. So they'll have to make the cutout, and they will, trust me, that women are allowed to murder, but men are not. Anti-white world we live in can't get fixed until you go about it the go-free way. Wave to my ex today. Next time I might use all my fingers. Hey, take a look at this. Jaw-dropping revelation. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass has found herself at the center of a scandal involving over $1 million in campaign donations from who? The Communist Chinese Party, according to the news. I imagine she's going to have some heavy investigation. She's probably going to have to bend over for that. She's probably sweating like a lesbian downwind from a fish market about right now. Check out this one.
So I live in a pretty small town, and a year ago, like 2 days ago, I popped out 4 months pregnant, and I was single, so.
She popped out pregnant, and she's single, so.
People had questions.
People had questions.
To this day, I'm still hearing rumors about myself and who my child's father is. There's now 5 people I've heard that are her dad.
5 people that are her father. It's the rumor.
If they could all step up to the plate and pay for something, I would appreciate it.
Well, well, well. Well, well, well. Well, well, well.
Oh, she's heard the rumor. 5 of them out there that they say must be the daddy, and none of them stepping up to pay for it. I think that little dog cartoon there, what's his name? I think that little dog cartoon could hold for the next one as well. Not just the ladies. Take a look at this.
He is a 28-year-old living stepdaddy life with a hot and crazy wife.
Stepdaddy life with a hot and crazy wife. First, number one, she might be crazy, but she ain't hot, partner. But he's stepping up to be the daddy of some other guy's baby in this relationship. So he's doing the right thing. There, he's getting ready. Now he's going to take his little baby to school. Probably nobody will know that it's not his baby. When he pulls up, it'll be a mystery. Oh no, I guess they will know when he shows up. Oh, what a loser. Take a look at Virginia, ladies and gentlemen. Just one lifetime behind us now.
Below the peaks of the Blue Ridge Mountains on the famous Skyline Drive in Shenandoah. Here is a 100-mile drive through rolling woodland scenery and natural parkland, unchanged and unspoilt. No hunting is permitted in the Blue Ridge woodlands.
This is Virginia. And the people who were alive when this video was made are still alive today.
This is a nature reserve, wondrous today as it was to the first white explorers, 300 years ago, who struck inland from the coast.
Oh boy, look at that racism. Hello, white man.
Time has etched strange caverns out of Virginia's
I have been in these caverns.
Limestone. Natural beauty that truly is a discovery. Strictly speaking, you can't say that this is unchanging because in the course of centuries, rain slowly erodes the rock, dissolving and depositing it in stalactite drips.
Look at that.
Carving it out to form a natural bridge. In strict contrast is the new $200 million Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, which cuts an hour.
More video of the once great state of Virginia. It breaks your heart, doesn't it? It breaks your heart. This is what it looks like when it's 90+% white. This is how it was. Clean. Nowhere was crowded. Nothing was crowded. 90+% white. It was clean. It was safe. And you know what else you notice in the video? Nature is pristine. Nothing is dirty. There's no trash on the side of the roads. There is no pollution. It's just a completely different world when it was 90+% white. Look at it now. And yet the two strategies of schmucking and cucking have been in place. What women think they'll do when the economy collapses versus what they'll actually do. Yeah, you tough girls will be out there with their bow and arrow. Yeah, you'll be hooking. Breaking, says Libs of TikTok, says more trans violence. Apparently this person right here considers themselves trans, and they tried to run over Border Patrol agents. This Stevie or Olivia Wilkins has been charged, and I guess we'll end up seeing another aberration caused by anti-whiteism. How about this white female here at school, ladies and gentlemen? How DEI and wokeness drove one seasoned teacher out of a classroom for good. DEI and wokeness. And isn't this something? Whiteness, too, using what the anti-whites tell us that we produce, this disease called whiteness, this curse called whiteness. No, thank you. And here she is. Now, when it suddenly finds a white woman, now it's a big problem. Before it found white women, not such a big problem.
We had to take a test to rate our level of whiteness because our African American, our black kids were struggling. So we had to take a look at ourselves and do a test of what our measure of whiteness was. And then based on our numerical data from that level of whiteness, we had to stand in a circle. I really just feel like, and I'm a woman of integrity. So I took my number and
so she did a test. This is the world as it continues afoot with this minor altercation, this minor perturbation that is the Donald Trump, and will go away. This is the world where you're going to have to rate your whiteness to determine how evil you are. This, of course, if you only listen to anti-whites, which the schmucks won't and the cucks won't.
I stood and I went, wait a minute, I teach remedial math classes. It just was so difficult to be standing in the...
Wait a minute. Why? I'm a white woman. Why am I being attacked now? I mean, you all were just attacking the white males, and I was good with that. I was fine, but now you're attacking the white females too? I can't. It drove me out of my job. I feel for you. I feel so bad. Fecal contamination at U.S. beaches hinders Labor Day plans. Isn't that nice? The entire East Coast. From Maine to Florida, Florida to Maine. What was I just saying about the natural environment? You would have pristine, safe, fresh, beautiful, and the beaches would be covered in handsome and beautiful people if it were 90+% white. But now, since you all have been complaining about non-whites or using abstractions rather than acknowledging us being victimized as a people, now you can swim in shit when you swim out into the ocean. You can literally swim in shit. Take a look at this guy, a consequence of anti-whiteism. He just got an opportunity. He shouldn't have had an opportunity to resign. He should have been arrested. This guy was making decisions at the CDC for white children, of course, all children, but for white children and vaccines and what they would get. And this guy is a sex fetish, Satanist, like upside pentagram individual. And I know they're all wonderful because we're on YouTube. Picture of the man resigning from the CDC. This literally deciding what your healthy little white children are going to have to take as medicines. Here he is wearing BDSM attire with a pentagram, a satanic symbol on his chest. He hates Trump and RFK Jr. These are the kinds of people who used to oversee. No, they still oversee. Not all of the anti-whites are this flagrant, you idiots. Not all of the anti-whites dress like this at a club. Not all of them. Kevin Bass here sharing some more images of this guy. And here he is, this 6-figure salaried professional in the federal government. This is what anti-whiteism does. This guy wouldn't have been able to get in 1,000 miles of a job in a Western government if for not anti-whiteism. Here he is at the club with a guy with a dog mask on. More pictures of him, inverted pentagrams, normal pentagrams, more inverted pentagrams. The pictures get too graphic for online sharing. So we'll stop there. But these are the people. Just look at him on the left there. That's the guy that comes out and he says, I'm the authority. I'm Dr. Thus and such. Your children need to take this vaccine. They need to take this and they need to take that. I'm from the CDC. I'm from the government. You've got to do what I tell you to do. And then he turns around to his fellow demons of anti-whiteism and rips his shirt open and he's like, aha, I had my BDSM stuff on the whole time. How they don't even know. I do not know. They are all brain dead. I don't know why he turned a little bit of French accented there in English, but that's what happened. I think he's got a Greek name. It happened nonetheless in my brain, and then you got to witness it. So good for you. I am worshiping the pentagram and the devil. They had no idea what I was doing. Here I am on the right with my pentagram and my boyfriend, the dog-faced boyfriend. We go to the mall together. And we steal the women's clothing. Oh, I don't know what they do. Maybe that's what they do. I would imagine they would do that, or that would be more fun than maybe going to the mall and trying to meet a nice girl to bring home to mom or dad. You know, I imagine that this guy always had your daughter home on time. You know, I imagine that was the case. I wonder why. Last week, a 17-year-old Dutch girl named Lisa was murdered by an anti-white asylum seeker, says Dryas. And this guy, of course, is going to prison in the very near future for anti-Jew stuff and pro-Hitler stuff on his
on his telegrams or chat groups or whatever they were, who was already warned, the guy was already wanted, this anti-white monster already wanted for other sexual assaults. Could you imagine actually talking about an anti-white monster that rapes a white girl, little girl, 16-year-old little girl, rapes her, and still calling him by like these approved anti-white titles? Could you, I mean, what's got to be wrong with you? Days later, when police wanted to make an arrest at an asylum center in connection, and I had to show this because I came up out of my chair like I had sat down on an electrified whoopee cushion. I launched into the air. Another prediction of your hierarchy come true, ladies and gentlemen. How many times over the decades have I said that the police enforcing the law will end up getting raped? And here it says the police went in to make the arrest, and they themselves were, quote, attacked and sexually assaulted. And according to Dryas, it's in the news. It's not a joke. It's for real. And that is something I've said you know how many times I was told, that'll never happen. Well, they'll go to jail if they assault the police. Shut up. Take a look at this white man, how totally epic he is. Now, he has a weapon, and he's pointing the weapon at these two bucks who were in a battle to the end. Normally, they don't battle to the end. Normally, they just battle for dominance, and then one runs off, and the other one gets to hop up on the backs of all the females. You see, the females don't get to decide in Deerland. In Deerland, it kind of makes you wonder what the rates are right now to fly to Deerland. In Deerland, you don't have to wait for the doe to decide. You just beat up the other guy. But what happened here was their antlers got locked. And what does this mean? This means they're both going to die. That's what it means. And so these white rangers, they had to do something about it. Let's check it out. Yeah, baby. Take a look at that shot.
Unbelievable. Good shot.
I got to tell you, thank God a white man was there. He literally shot their antlers apart so that they could go and live another day. God bless that white man. How about this white female here on the left with her black friend, both of them anti-white? These are the gangs. They should be legal, and they shouldn't be persecuted.
I think we should abolish jail, and we should allow all the violent immigrants and... Yes.
We should allow them to what?
Stay here.
Okay.
So all the violent... The gang should be released from prison, and all the violent immigrants should be allowed to stay. I mean, you could look at the face of this Downey right here and tell that what you see on the outside can sometimes say a lot about the inside.
Do you think that we could abolish jails, get all the violent immigrants, your words, and all the violent felons in jail? Could we put them here at USF on campus?
Yes, and I'll hang out with them.
Yes, and I'll hang out with him. That's called a statement of convenience. We don't believe you. We don't believe you. Here we have Halloween is coming. And the mom, she was at work. She's coming home, and she comes across her husband and one of the little ones. The way she knew it was her husband.
What are you doing? Can I come home from work one day and it just be normal? What is that?
Can I come home one day and it be normal? No. This is why kids love their dads most often. Not all the time, but most often so much more than the moms. She's like, what is that? Is that even real? Horrific details emerge as trans police officer volunteer is found guilty of rape and sexual assault. They're just like us. The victim was only 12 years old of this police officer volunteer that considered themselves trans and sexually assaulted the 12-year-old, according to Daily Mail. Take a look at this guy in his like 70s or something, wearing a rubber suit for skin and dressing up as a woman, it looks like. Let's see.
And I put this mask on and the wig and, look very nice. It's like a beautiful woman walking down the street.
I just can't believe that that's a 70-year-old man in the mirror.
He said, I can't believe it's a 70-year-old man in the mirror.
And that's why I do this. If I saw a 70-year-old man in the mirror, I'd quit this tomorrow.
After
Look at him coming out of the pool. Where's the rubber skin suit in the pool?
years in solitude, Robert has decided to appear in public as Sherry.
Okay, no, wait. Do not attack this person. Do not find them and harass them or anything. I just think it's funny. And what I actually think he should do, he can make a lot of money. He could go on OnlyFans right now because there's only about 1.4 billion Indian guys in India that'll hit that in a moment.
At a gathering of fellow maskers in Minneapolis.
I don't have any friends that mask where I live. So
Oh my gosh. All right, enough of that. He's a great guy, I'm sure, and we don't want anything negative to come to him. In fact, we should all aspire to be just like him. My family, heaven gained another angel. Me and hell. Where's my effing dough, baby? How about this woman? You guys are going to love this because you know how it is. You guys are really going to love this. This 40-some-year-old woman.
Is there anyone else out there in their 40s like me who feels kind of invisible?
I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? We feel so bad for you. You reached your 40s. You've had 40 years of life of being hit on and stared at and complimented. Well, let me tell you something, Cupcake. 80 to 90% of us have been invisible, of us guys, our entire lives. So fuck you.
Like, I'm not as cute as I was in my 20s and 30s. I'm definitely
Don't care. Don't care. Yeah, you hit the wall. We don't care.
not as fit as I was in my 20s and 30s.
No shit. We don't care. I hope it hurts. I hope you're miserable every day of your life moving forward.
I don't have a...
By the way, you should be married and your husband's attention should be the only attention that matters. And of course, I'm excluding any females that ended up in a bad relationship, no fault of their own, with some dirtbag, and now they are alone after being married.
As much hair as I used to have.
I don't have as much hair as I used to. I'm going to look like Quasimodo pretty soon. No shit. Really? No shit. I hope it hurts for the rest of your life. Go to hell. We don't care. Take a look at this. This is Toxic, it says Masculinity, episode 37 of I Don't Need No Damn Man. Oh, I'm gonna stop that music. There she is, episode 37. She's doing the work here. She don't need no damn man. She don't need no damn man. I finally broke down and joined Christian Mingle. My username is Come and Get Some. Banned from Christian Mingle. I love it. This guy right here, he absolutely quits shopping because of this.
Get this bucket.
Is he quit his whole shopping day because this guy farted? He's like, this. Oh. Look at these.
What you dirty
Hey, and when you need some witch doctor action.
house? I pray fire over this house.
Oh, fire over
I
this
pray
house.
calamity.
I walk around in my brand new Reebok sneakers as I wish fire onto this house. And I wear burlap sack I got from factory in town.
Over this house.
Over
No
this
one
house.
will steal my child and get away with it.
And he and the man wearing British Knights
No one will
sneakers
steal
he got
my
downtown
daughters and get away with it.
at secondhand store. We bought weave basket that we bought at that we bought at Target.
I pray fire over this house.
Fire over this house.
Fire in this street. May calamity.
We need the white man's magic here. Come out there, army of darkness, with a boomstick. That's what I would kick my own front door open. Walk outside. This is my boomstick. This is my magic.
In this street until my children are brought back to their borders.
Now, I want you really. There's a bunch. Obviously, this is very serious. This is anti-white blacks in our Western civilization. An example of them. And what are they doing? They're using whatever power they can to literally attack any white people that are not allowing ourselves to be white erased by them. And this is one of the methods. They think it works. They think they can really burn your house down. So what happens when the house doesn't actually burn down from their magic? Oh, they'll find other ways to burn it down and claim it was their magic.
May this street never sleep. May they be dashed to pieces.
So this is obviously somewhere in the UK. And wouldn't it be nice if this were in one of the states in America where you can shoot somebody dead for threatening you on your property?
I am the mother of Charo. I am the mother of Chaka. Oh no, you shall die.
The kids at the local primary school next week will be dressing up like this and bowing to this woman to show how culturally sensitive they are to African religions. You do know what voodoo, go ahead and look it up. Maybe I'm wrong, but voodoo is what blacks do to Christianity when whites aren't around.
Painful death. Oh no, you shall die.
I love these beautiful, brand new white Reeboks that we can paid for her to wear.
Oh, you racists of the street. Racially abusing my girls.
She said, I got high top Reebok with glitter special laces.
Die. You shall be dashed to pieces. You shall die.
You shall die. Well, there you have it. Not when my boomstick is around. Check this guy out. This is hilarious. And this woman writes here, this is the second one I've seen this guy do. He needs to be arrested immediately.
Oh, man, you got a spider on your back. Ooh. You want me to knock it off for you?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, my God. I got it. There's still... Okay.
There's no spider.
No, there was a...
There's no spider. Oh, man. I might have to try this. That is hilarious. There's no spider. Here you have breaking. 5 non-citizens caught using hidden cameras and earpieces to cheat on their CDL exams so that they could drive dump trucks and 18-wheelers and 16-wheelers and 10-wheelers, many-ton vehicles down the streets of America, killing all of us, the white erasure of our norms. All of this news, I am showing what other people are reporting. I'm not telling you that these things are true or false. You have to look into them for yourselves. But this is happening right now in what state does it say? It doesn't give us the state, I don't think, here. But you can look it up for yourself. And that's Libs of TikTok reporting. Here we have when he's choking you and you're having a good time until he says, I've dealt with your shit for long enough. Oh my God, that's funny as hell. All right. We have here Sasha Shakur, the trans-identifying male, who was arrested for allegedly shooting and killing a 57-year-old man in Massachusetts, posted a video justifying criminal gangs because of, quote, white supremacy. Seeing a lot of this on the internet lately, anti-whites saying that the most radical, the gangs, they have to be released and they should be on the streets to combat the white supremacy, which of course just is white people who aren't anti-white enough. And our final post for today, given to us by Maximilian von Fock, and he wants me to read this before we take a look at it. It says, quote, I was on this trail for about 13 miles until I realized the wife and the kids were no longer behind me. Once again, it says I was on this trail for about 13 miles until I realized the wife and kids were no longer behind me. And let's see what it is. Oh my God, fuck, once again. Fucking A.
Justice will reclaim its throne. You mock the bleeding hearts, feeding on their silent screams, but shadows hide your guilt and your deepest anxieties. Hypocrite, your empire's fallen, built on the bones of trust. Anti-white, feel their anguish as your world turns to dust. Saboteur, your time will come. Coward, face the pain you've sown. Your facade will crumble. Justice will reclaim its throne. You lock the bleeding hearts, feeding on their silent screams, but shadows hide your guilt in your deepest anxieties. Hypocrite, your empire's fallen, built on the bones of trust.
All right, we're going to get into our main news of today. If you can hear me okay, I don't know. Another great piece by Sloths. Big salutes to Sloths. We're going to have a little segment, and we're going to get into the war with Venezuela, which may well be imminent, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be keeping an eye on that. Your comments and questions, intimidating white children to make them uncomfortable and cure racism as well coming up, and so much more.
Justice will reclaim its throne. No more lies to shield you. The truth will take its stand. In ruins you'll find solace by our victims' righteous hands.
Epic. All right. Let me say hello, and we have Land of the Fake, Home of the Gay with us, rocking it over there, dominating the Premium Rumble. Good to see you. Thank you for participating. Aliens Exist. Oh, sevens. Over there on Premium Rumble as well. Tag me as No White Guilt to get my attention. Folks, if you say Jason, if you say no NWG or something like this, I will not get it. I am very unlikely to see it. Let's see. Just the Misses is over on the Premium Rumble as well. Hoyt McCoy is over there as well. Premium Rumble rocking out. Hello to everybody across these numerous platforms. Janice is over there on Premium Rumble. Hello and good to see you. All right. Hello to everybody on D Live and Odyssey and here on X as well. A big hello. Turn around here. We'll get into our next. We got a little segment we're going to hit up. And it is, what is our next segment? Your perspicacious comments. So a couple of your perspicacious comments. And now and before, I have them actually printed up, some of them, just to have a look at a couple. We'll be getting into the news about Venezuela and the war. Why is it happening? Where's this coming from? What's the Monroe Doctrine? How have we reached this stage of imminent warfare? At least that's how I would conduct it. And why should it be waged? Ivan the Horrible is here. First Class is in the house. The Nameless One. Eva is here. Mark is here. Recon. Ardent. White is here. Good to see you. So many champions have shown up. Great to see everybody. Jen is here. Jen et al. Good to see you. Georgia is with us. Hello. My boomstick. I brought my boomstick. That's the white man's magic. All right, not seeing tags. Let me go ahead. Tag me as No White Guilt. And let's take a look. Boy, this was a week of victories. I got to say, it is amazing how many victories we have in service to white well-being. Let's jump right into this. Cool Papa J Magic writing. I had to attest to Jason's warnings about the entertainment industry. We watch from time to time, usually choosing older TV shows and movies, and I'm always bugging the kids with my constant interjections in an attempt to keep them and myself vigilant. You know, we're talking here about the danger of entertainment. It is the most dangerous thing. It's going to be, its lasting effect for the totality of your life is far more damaging than illicit drugs or even legal drugs. So he's interrupting, the great Cool is interrupting to try to keep the focus in the conscious mind. And it's irritating, but he's doing it because it has to be done, or no entertainment at all. That's the only other option. He says, even doing this does not prevent me from feeling happy when the family is reunited at the end, or sad when the family pet dies, or nervous when the main character is being followed without knowing it. He's showing there a brilliant understanding of the power of entertainment over the subconscious mind. The subconscious mind governs 95 to 99% of our lives, and it can't tell the difference between fiction and reality. He's pointing out that he can tell that that's the case because he's feeling these emotions as though this wasn't fiction. And I'm sure, he writes, we've all noticed throughout our lives that people are more likely to bring up a movie scene or story arc than they are to share a personal story when we are talking about struggles, victories from our own or someone else's lives. It's truly amazing. We've been right all along. People need to stop searching for something else. 100% right. The great Corey writes here, I can relate to that. He says, I don't think we should stop enjoying what we find to be entertaining as long as we're not allowing our guards to be lowered and leaving ourselves open to being programmed or confusing fantasy with reality. Children are even more vulnerable to this, hugely vulnerable to this. Absolutely well said, Corey. You've got to ruin it for them. You've got to get in there and save their lives. Not once at the beginning, because it immediately goes back to the subconscious mind. You've got to be on it, beginning, middle, end. Libres Pincers says, I also do the white well-being commenter when watching entertainment with my family. Watched William Tell this week, and that was ridiculously anti-white. Tell himself was in an interracial couple. Adopted the non-white son of the woman, and the white guys always had to be bossed by women and non-whites. So they would protect their country and family. I also have to admit that despite this proactive watching movies and entertainment do trigger emotions and speak to the subconscious mind. Genius level conversation here, ladies and gentlemen. Genius level. Finger Fretter says prophets and messengers are mostly rejected by their people, but it's quality over quantity. Talking about so many scum out there not wanting to talk with yours truly. Thank you so much for that. CKO says, it is shocking that Arville failed to refer to NWG methods when asked about stopping white guilt. And even more so considering that many messages of support that were sent to him by this very community following his recent and very public mainstream media humiliation ritual over his past. Poor showing by Arville. This behavior only demonstrates the very lack of white peoplehood Jason speaks about. Libres Pencer's back again. He says, I love the comparison to a riverbed inside Western kind to describe the way the dominant anti-white ideology can harm us. So it's ideology, 100%. Ideology and groups can take any form, and they can last for a while. They can last for a little bit of a time, but every way by which we are injured is a consequence of the context in us. That's what we have to address. He says, shows that similar to hydrology and civil engineering, we can use the proper knowledge, go free practice, to dam, divert, and use it to our advantage. This powerful flow of anti-whiteism. Exactly, brother. That's exactly it. We use this ubiquity and near omnipotence of anti-whiteism, it's everywhere, to benefit us with this method. And how does it benefit us? It forms a people out of our deracinated race with these tools. Genius level right here. It's not for the average midget wit out there. He says it also explains that we need enough white people, a sufficient proportion of the riverbed, using the Go Free method in order to effectively avert the current of anti-whiteism and minimize its damage on our Western societies. Brilliant. He also adds that your boiling temper, when I get fired up every now and again, is useful and entertaining, Jason. Thank you so much for that, brother. He says, I must admit that your invectives against cucks and shamucks sometimes fitted me to my great dismay. In these occasions, your diatribes kicked the ass of my inner anti-white, realigning me with white well-being. That's how a real man responds. That's how a real woman of the West responds, a real man of the West. And when I say something that you feel like, wow, that is kicking me in the ass, it's because there's something that's in this practice that has worked for others and can benefit you. And you need to evaluate whether or not you're doing something that is harmful to you, harmful to your family, harmful to our people. You know how many times we have people that hear me say, should do this or shouldn't do that. And they say, I think that's for me. And they leave. That's because they're supposed to leave. That's because they're not suited for greatness, as all of you all clearly are. Well said. Couple more here. The lighting that lights the life says, the lighting that lights the life says here, I would say, Jason, you are a prophet from the Creator. I get behind you. Thank you so much for that. The Creator will reward you. People from the pro-white scene, writes Daniel, seem to think we don't know what anti-whites of various races have done to us. We know. We just choose to win. Cheers to all you big brains in the community. Thank you so much for that, Daniel. Des over here says, fantastic explanation about how love for our people, not hate for other groups, motivates us to actually take action in our defense. That is the glorious segment, ladies and gentlemen, the perspicacious comments from this community. The power of this house, the House of Swash, is unstoppable. Let's get right into, will Venezuela be the first target of Trump's new MAGA Monroe Doctrine? Well, well. we are getting into some interesting times. Finally, a war we could get behind. Let me see if there are any tags over here for me. Azimuth Clark says, I messaged or DM'd so many times about Jason. They're using the lexicon, but it's like Jason is on a list where you'll get attacked for hosting, says Azimuth Clark. Who are we talking about, brother? Tag me with who we're talking about, but that is exactly what it is. We have literally had, and who are the people, the list creators? These are the agents that have come into existence behind the scenes for content creators. And they use a lot of the same vernacular used in Hollywood. And we've had conversations with content creators, even channels smaller in audience count than this one, wanting to have me on and setting up the interview. And then before the conversation can take place, they reach back out and say, oh, no, sorry, can't work. If it were one time here or one time there, that would be one thing. It's all the time. It's all the time. So you'll have content creators out there that they'll complain because they don't get enough. They say they don't get enough time on this mainstream or that mainstream platform. Well, although those same content creators are being mentioned and talked about in the CIA organs like Rolling Stone or Newsweek or whatever. People say that, not me, of course. And but here you have a content creator that the resistance content creators are being told, no, not him. No, we don't want white positivity. No. We want you talking endlessly about Jews. Don't talk about white people getting injured. Don't talk about things in a way that make white people serve their individual well-being by way of their group well-being. Let's just keep the conversation on some Jews, can we? Can we keep that conversation on the Jews? Happening all the time. So, no. Not a chance that it is an accident. Makes Ivan sick, says the great Ivan. I appreciate that, Azimuth Clark. Big salutes to this guy trying to set up interviews and appearances, etc. God bless you, brother. Any tags for me over here? What do you think about the impending war? It's coming. Right now, there's a cold war going on with Venezuela. Anti-Vilification League reposted this string. God bless you, brother. And a big God bless to everybody who reposts, quote tweets, etc. So we can get the word out to as many as possible. Thank you so very much for that. Well, what's the Monroe Doctrine? Will Venezuela be the first target of Trump's new MAGA Monroe Doctrine? What is it? Where did it come from? Why are we having problems with Venezuela? The Monroe Doctrine is a foreign policy doctrine. It was articulated by created by John Quincy Adams, Secretary of State, for President Monroe. And Monroe then, 1823, he was the one who introduced the policy. And effectively what the foreign policy stated was that the Western Hemisphere, North, Central, and South America was off limits to the European powers, that America would consider it hostile to the United States to intervene in any of these states, forming states, etc., established states in North, Central, South America, and that we would take action against them. And in response, if they just stayed out of the affairs of the Western Hemisphere, then America would stay out of the affairs of the European powers. The foreign policy, that foreign policy doctrine remained in place, but it wasn't named until 1850, I think it was, for President Monroe. And at that point and moving forward, it's been cited. Now, mind you, when America first articulated this position, America had no way to enforce it. And there were some episodes after the articulation of the Monroe Doctrine where foreign states from Europe came in and still meddled a little bit, but America couldn't really do anything about it at that point. And but then in time, America developed the naval fleet and the military to do something about it. And the European powers said, you know what, we'll just stay out of the affairs over in the Americas as a consequence. And this is like a bit of the manifest destiny of Western kind here in the hemisphere, a bit of a connection. And over the years, many presidents have cited the Monroe Doctrine, a foreign policy doctrine. It is a very important foreign policy doctrine for the preservation of the United States. And technically, we Western kind are the United States. We're not in charge of our destiny. We can not even really influence it very much, obviously. But nonetheless, it's about our safety, our freedom, our etc. This is the jungle of the world that the founding fathers and those who followed were concerned about, because you can't have that nursery room of Western civilization unless you fight on a geopolitical level and you're ready to go to war and you're ready to kill for your safety, your security, and that nursery room, that then you have a lot of females of both sexes running around, so deluded they think the jungle has stopped existing. Real human nature. What is the jungle? When we say the jungle outside of the nursery room, we don't mean just a physical wildness of the earth, or even specifically a jungle. We're talking about human nature, the wild, madness, murderous aspects of the human animal. And it's those who are in the West who elevate ourselves above that behavior, and it a consequence of our biospirit, our norms, establish these sorts of positions, because sometimes the good have to be more violent than the evil. Sometimes the good have to be more rapacious than the evil. Sometimes the good have to be more sanguinary than the evil, because if they're not, the evil will triumph. That's the reality. So over the years, numerous presidents have cited the Monroe Doctrine for their actions and the United States itself and the mastery of our hemisphere. Grant did, Kennedy did, Reagan did. So a bunch of presidents. And now Donald Trump as well. So what's going on with Venezuela? Now, if you are one of these anti-Jew type folks, if you're a Jewsburg, you probably love the leader of Venezuela, and that is Nicolas Maduro. And he's not a legitimate, and why would you think he is, ruler, president of Venezuela? This guy he and his cohorts, they operate, what are they called? The Cartel of the Sun, I think is what they're called. The Cartel of the Sun. This is a colossal drug cartel that has been killing countless Americans, ruining countless American homes of all races. But of course, we see the white race, especially white males, succumbing to this drug use, dying. We have people in this very community, Cockatoo, her nephew, dying as a consequence of the drugs brought in by way of this Cartel of the Sun, which Maduro and his cohorts operate. So they have been and are at war with Western kind and Western civilization. He hates America. Now, I know this is going to draw a big line between the people who are anti-Jew and the people who are white positive, because they love this guy. So many of these anti-Jews love the Western countries being harmed and undermined by non-whites, anti-whites, Hispanics down in Venezuela. They love it because they have this erroneous notion, or at least their argument is, but I submit to you, it's just another pretext. It just serves the moment. Their argument is that, well, if America, if the UK, if Germany, if they are brought low by these foreign powers, well, then we can take over. That's, of course, a childish notion, because as the countries we live in are brought down, so too are we. It's one of those, the flood raises all ships or sinks all ships. We don't get more powerful as citizens in these countries when the countries are weakened globally. As the country is weakened, we too are weakened. Logic, reason, evidence of it. Anyhow, so they're going to love people like Maduro, this filthy anti-white bastard that deserves to be executed. He deserves to be visited by the SEAL team or the Rangers or the Green Berets or whatever. And a lot of good people feel this way. This would be a very just war. Finally, we would not be fighting for Israel. Let's wipe out Venezuela, in my opinion. Install the guy Gonzalez. The United States says, what is his? It doesn't matter, his first name. Gonzalez he's the one who actually won the presidency in Venezuela. But the drug cartel, this narco lord, Maduro, wouldn't allow him to be seated. So there is this hostility between Maduro and the United States. The United States needs things like the rare earth minerals and bauxite it needs from Venezuela. And Venezuela won't cooperate. They won't let the United States have these. We need these things to compete with China, for example. The United States does, to compete with China. And we need the United States to be strong relative to China for the benefit of our civilians, for the benefit of you and me, for the benefit of the UK, for the benefit of Canada. And China has been moving in to Central and South America, as you all know very well. And Trump just pushed them out of Panama, thank God. Pushed them out of the entirety of the Americas is what should be done. So there has been a Cold War, a very Cold War between the United States and Venezuela, but more specifically, the Cartel of the Suns. I think Cartel of the Suns, plural. Because they have this grip on Venezuela. Well, what happened as a consequence of that? This presidency that's stolen by Maduro. Well, Maduro and Musk have a spat going on because Musk and the platform X were enabling people supporters of Gonzalez and others who were pushing back against Maduro and the cartel and trying to wrench this country away from all the countries in Central and South America should work to the benefit of the United States. That's how it should work. Because if it's not to our benefit, and we can make sure that it benefits them as well. If it's not to our benefit, then it's going to be to China and Russia's benefit. Iran didn't go to exist much longer, but it would have been potentially to the benefit of Iran as well. So no, Jew Spurgs out. So what has Venezuela done in this Cold War? Well, of course, they're saying no bauxite for you, no rare earth minerals for you. We're pumping drugs into the United States, the killing, wiping out the population, that should be a declaration of war. I've thought that since high school. If another country is supplying drugs, destroying your population, that should be a declaration of war, and you should be able to wage war on said country until the threat is gone. And you install the people that will be beneficial to us. Why would we ever tolerate a country funneling drugs into our countries? Kill everybody involved. The only way that it can be done is because the politicians in charge don't care about the white race. They're all anti-white. That's the only way it can be done. That's the only way this has persisted. You can lay every death from drug overdose, drug warfare, ruined neighborhoods, you can lay it all at the feet of the political parties in the West, because they have been complicit in all of that death, all of that misery, all of those mothers and fathers shedding endless tears over their mostly, of course, white sons, but in some cases their daughters as well, who have died or been forced into the work for the cartels. What else has Venezuela been doing in this Cold War? They've been pumping America full of every murderer and rapist and psycho, the craziest. All of these, of course, you'll have to check out for yourself. Trump administration citing many of this, media sources citing this as well. Pumping this country. I want you to think for a moment about all of the rapes committed by Venezuelans, the gangs that took over apartment complexes, Venezuelan gangs, all of these murders, police officers shot by these intruders from Venezuela. All of them were anti-white terrorists from Venezuela. They don't have to put them in a uniform. They don't have to give them a patch with a flag on it. It was all intentional. The white race you need somebody with the agility of mind that I have. You've got to take all these white people that have this weird fixation and fetish for order. And therefore, if it's not taking place in this very specific, like boxed format, then it's not happening. You need to take all of them and say, you can work somewhere else in the administration. You can work somewhere else in the machine, because that order works well for the machine. But it doesn't work well when dealing with the anti-white demons of earth. You've got to think out of the coffin. So these anti-white terrorist soldiers don't need a flag on a patch. They don't need to say, Yavor or whatever it is, to be an asset for this foreign aggressor. And that's what Maduro represents. What else has he done in this drug cartel to the United States? Well, he aligned with China, Russia, and Iran against the United States. He has pacts with them, and etc. He's invited the Chinese to come in to exploit the minerals of which Venezuela is very rich, oil of which Venezuela is very rich. The competitor on the global stage for the United States. Things won't get better for you if the United States falls behind China. What's actually happening with these Jew haters is that they just love anything that hurts Jews, or they perceive it won't actually hurt them. They will find a way out. But anything that these midwit morons perceive as injurious or insulting to Jews, they love. And it doesn't matter how many white people it hurts, which is a great tie-in to this Robin character, who was also a Jewsburg and anti-white and killed white children. What else has Maduro been up to as part of this conflict, this Cold War. Well, the United States hasn't sat there and watched. In this Cold War, the United States, even before Donald Trump, I mean, there was a little bit of there was pushback even during Biden. The policy said that the United States has sanctions on Venezuela, on their oil, on their mining, on their finance. And the only way out of the sanctioning, the United States said, was free and fair elections. Why does the United States want free and fair elections? Do they actually mean they want free and fair elections? Of course not. The United States wants leaders in these countries that will work with the United States. And I do too. Any sane white person will want that. So the United States says we want free and fair election. I don't care what they want to call it. Cherubs in your government. Who cares? Submit. That's how the jungle works. It's either going to be to their benefit or ours. Well, how do you want it to work out? There isn't an in-between. So even during Biden, there was a respite where during the Biden administration, they said, okay, look, we'll lessen the sanctions a little bit. We just got to have some legit elections over there. You got to have some free speech over there. You got to let people speak out against the cartel of the Suns and Maduro himself and etc. They didn't do it, even though the United States sent this olive branch. And then Biden's administration even swung back into full sanctioning on Venezuela. Now, these are, of course, our acts of war. This is Cold War. What else has the United States done as part of this Cold War against Venezuela? Well, they came to the aid of it's a region that Venezuela claims, and what is it called? Essequibo, I think is what it's called, this region. And Venezuela claims that they control it, it's theirs. And the United States said, no, it's not yours. No, it's not. That's part of the Cold War. What else is part of the Cold War against Venezuela? Operating X, continuing to operate X to provide speech. People, of course, have to take these steps to be able to get on X, but the United States is continuing and they're paying for it so that these people can talk. That's part of the war against them. Supporting Gonzalez is part of the war, and so is the $10 million bounty on Maduro, the then upped to $20 or $25 million bounty on the head of Maduro, now up to $50 million on Maduro. And now what we're seeing is the Cold War with Venezuela ramping up, and ships and submarines, Marines are showing up around Venezuela, and it is positioning for warfare. Now, if Donald Trump wants to do the smart thing, it will be blitzkrieg right now. While everybody's talking about, will there be war? Is this just a positioning to threaten for war? Is this just for more pressure? While everybody is debating that and talking about it, launch the attack. Hit the nerve centers, kill Maduro with a missile from a sub or whatever it is. Occupy the government buildings. Undoubtedly, the United States has factions of the military on its side, and take Venezuela over for the United States. Finally, a war we can get behind. Venezuela has been holding like almost daily military rallies where Maduro comes out in camo and everything, and he's rallying the troops, and we'll fight. these white people that try to invade.
Además de ilegal, es inmoral. Y aquí no
Here
lograrán
we will
ni
exceed.
colonizar, ni esclavizar, ni a Venezuela, ni
They
América
will
del Sur.
not. America will not succeed in colonizing Venezuela using the verbiage of anti-whiteism. They will not succeed in colonizing and enslaving Venezuela. Regime change is not only illegal, but also immoral. So they will not colonize South America or our Americas. And if one day they touch Venezuela, all of South America will rise up and destroy the white race coming to colonize. President Donald Trump's deployment of warships off the coast of Venezuela and authorization for the use of force against the drug trafficking organization. Oh, what's another? I didn't finish the sentence. Another part of the Cold War against Venezuela is to classify the Cartel of the Suns as a terrorist organization, as it always should have been categorized. So the very cartel that Maduro and his cohorts operate, classified as a terrorist organization, as it should be. If they start invading Venezuela and we get any live footage of it or whatever, I will do whatever I have to do to get live myself as soon as possible so that we can celebrate and potentially pull up streams of the anti-Jews out there, the Jewsburgs, who are bemoaning and lamenting and etc. It'll be great. I'll laugh my ass off. I'll break out alcohol. It'll be a good time. We'll throw a party. Use of force drug trafficking organization fueling speculation of potential military action looming in South America. However, the White House moves also speak to a broader shift in policy focus under Trump's America First movement that envisions the Americas as a whole as part of the U.S. zone of interest, which it is. Of course. An outlook reminiscent of the 200-year-old Monroe Doctrine. So Newsweek is trying to make it sound like, oh, it's all ancient, it's wizened, it doesn't matter anymore. That served as the basis of the U.S. intervention against European colonialism and communist expansion, with Venezuela and its leftist leader, Maduro, now in the crosshairs. Experts and former officials see the dawn of a new era of U.S. power projection across the Western Hemisphere. Yes, do it now. Do it now, finally, not service to Israel. This massive show of force is consistent with the administration efforts to assert dominance in the Western Hemisphere, reviving the Monroe Doctrine that declared the region to be uniquely a U.S. sphere of influence. Arnson warned of the potential regional consequences of such an approach, noting how just because many Latin American democracies would welcome the end of Maduro regime, it doesn't mean that they are lining up to applaud a 21st century version of gunboat diplomacy. Don't care. Don't care. You'll fall in line. Observers have debated whether or not who is going to back them up. Shut up, get in line, serve the United States. Are you joking? Observers have debated whether or not the recent naval buildup in the waters of South and Central America would serve as a prelude to real action or constituted mere posturing meant to deliver a message. Good Lord willing, this is not going to be some effete, ballless posturing. Don't move these vessels. You are already at war with Venezuela. You are already at war. Let's demonstrate to the rest of Central and South America that the United States is not around anymore. The utility of such a large deployment in fighting drug trafficking is questionable. So this is an important point here. You don't need all of these ships and the Marines and etc. just to take out some drug cartel plantations and leaders, especially when the country is run by a cartel leader. Shit, just the thing that America has to not do is go half-ass. No half-assing this. No Noriega situation again. No using Navy SEALs for where Army Rangers should be used. None of this half-assing. One fell swoop, cut the head off the dog, wipe out all of the leaders of the opposition, enthrone or the people in power, and enthrone the opposition overnight. Go hardcore. The number of troops deployed, although large, as this researcher, is not sufficient to invade with the aim of toppling the government. So there aren't enough troops, obviously, to mount a land invasion. But that doesn't mean, I mean, you could think to Noriega, that doesn't mean that American troops won't go in. This kind of quagmire warfare is out of the question. You don't want to march a bunch of troops in and then have them getting picked off forever and it become this quagmire for the United States. Blitzkrieg its ass. Here you can see vessels, as the media already knows. Triple this number, at least, especially under Trump as president. Triple that number. They're not going to be broadcasting. This isn't a cinema where you get to see every little thing that is actually being prepared for war. In a healthy country, you would know nothing. You would be told afterward. So whatever they know here, triple it. U.S.-Venezuela tensions rise as U.S. warships arrive in the Caribbean. Here's Maduro. Tensions between the United States and Venezuela are rising amid a large U.S. naval buildup in the southern Caribbean and nearby waters, which U.S. officials say aim to address threats from Latin American drug cartels. Now, I'll also point out to you the speed of U.S. ships and our aircraft and etc. Not only will they be moving without the media knowing and being able to report it to all of you, they could have very many of these ships and, of course, aircraft beyond the immediate region and have them move in overnight. The speeds that are reported for ships and jets and etc. are always less than they're actually capable. Trump has made a crackdown on drug cartels a central goal of his administration. I can't believe this is even a conversation. While the U.S. Coast Guard and Navy ships regularly operate in the Southern Caribbean, the buildup significantly larger than usual deployment in the region. A U.S. official speaking on the condition of anonymity said Thursday that 7 U.S. warships, along with 1 nuclear power, it's going to be much more than that, submarine pulling up. And Nicolas Maduro has denounced the moves. Kill him. The Pentagon has not indicated publicly what exactly the U.S. mission will be. But the Trump administration has said it can now use the military to go after drug cartels and criminal groups. And you just saw in Mexico, where the drug cartels in Mexico and the politicians that they finance are throwing punches on the politicians that are saying, yeah, bring in the Americans, let them hit these cartels. Because what happens in Venezuela? What happens in Mexico? Look at how these cartels treat their own populations. You know there are more beheadings, check it out to make sure I'm right about this, in Mexico than in the Middle East. They absolutely are monstrous to their own populations. That's how they keep everybody in line. So you'll not only will you be benefiting America, but you'll be benefiting the populations in these countries that are currently oppressed and exploited by the drug cartels. How would you like to live in fear of these horrifically violent drug cartels? Kill them where they are. You know, the cucks had this great argument that they made when the United States is browbeaten and compelled to fight war for Israel. The cucks come to you and they say, you got to kill them over there, or they'll end up killing us over here. Same argument for the drug cartels. Kill them over there, or they'll end up over here. Venezuela on Thursday complained to the UN Security Council about the U.S. naval buildup, accusing Washington of violating the funding the founding UN charter. Sorry. It's a massive propaganda operation to justify what the experts call kinetic action, propaganda, absolute warfare. And here I wanted to show you this before we move on. I love it. This is the State Department. There is that bastard that should be killed by America, in my opinion. Not murdered, but killed. He is responsible for the deaths of countless Americans, in my opinion, by way of the drugs that Venezuela and the psychotic people that he's pumped in and everything else, at least according to the information shared by the Trump administration. Here he is, nationality Venezuelan, Nicolas Maduro. He'll color black, I color brown. No shit. Okay, and it now says that the initial reward offered by the United States for the head of this guy was $15 million. They upped it to $25 million, and now it's at $50 million. And now the military is moving in. This is what I voted for, Trump. This is what I voted for. I don't want a Nancy Reagan, just say no. Although I actually, back in the day, I agreed with her. Just say no. If you have willpower, that's enough. But we're well beyond the just say no. Now we say, just say dead. Just say dead, Venezuela. Kick China out of Venezuela. And let's install a happy and subservient puppet regime. And anybody telling you otherwise is an enemy of Western kind. Tag me with no white guilt if you have any thoughts on that. We got a swashbuckling swash through coming up here in just a moment. Get yourself ready. It's not far away. I'm keeping my eye on what you all have to say. And Larry is with us. Who else is here? Hyperborean Dream, good to see you. First last thing, Baghdad Bob is back. There is Jerome. This guy's been rocking it out on X. Big salutes to him. NWG Classic says the Wagner Group, Russia's military, deployable as mercenaries, are protecting the cartel in Venezuela, says NWG Classic. Kill them all. Let God sort them out. That's my opinion. This is the jungle. This isn't the nursery room. I don't want anybody arrested. I don't want them extradited to the United States for trial. I don't want another Maryland dad. Kill them in Venezuela. I'm sure the United States, we had satellites during the Cold War with the Soviet Union that could read license plates in Russia. Imagine what the United States has the ability to do now. They're going to know where the Wagner Group is, where the special forces are for Venezuela, knock it all out, one blow overnight, and it's done. Who cares? What's Russia going to say? Spud is here. We will throw a party. I will throw a party right here. If this is initiated in the near future, which I believe it potentially could be, in a beautiful blitzkrieging operation, we will celebrate. Taking a quick look to see if anybody tagged me over here. Don't see any tags. So we'll be moving along. Get ready for the party. Night's blitzkrieg operation on Venezuela. I don't see any tags over here either. Tag me as No White Guild if you have something to share. What are your thoughts? Do you want to see finally a war for the United States? I don't want China positioned in the Americas. China is a legitimate superpower. They've all got to go. All right. To fight racism, should white children be made uncomfortable? First Last says, clear and present danger 2.0. Yes. Clear and present danger. God, it would be, I gotta move on. I want to move on to this. We got a swash through coming through that you're really going to love. How many times in our lives has this country gone to war for the interests of others? At least in part, it would be for us as citizens of this country, at least in some small way. Not another war for Israel. Decimate them. Obliterate these drug cartels that are operating Venezuela. I will absolutely celebrate. We will throw a party. I'm hungering for that. Let the news all of a sudden, it'll come up on, the Fox News, all the news channels will be like, war with Venezuela. And they'll have these grainy images and buildings blowing up, drug cartel, all of them dead and fleeing and throwing the white flag in the air. Yes. Yes. Maduro dead. Headline. Years ago, I attended a play with the theme of racism. At curtain rise, two actors began berating the audience, primarily made up of white people, about how this would make them feel uncomfortable and uneasy and fearful. And isn't that what already happens without anti-whites stepping out and telling you this? The error that the anti-whites have made, and there's no way out of the error because dumb people they're going to want to say out loud, they're going to want to make it as palpable and obvious as possible that they want to victimize the white people. So that's how you ended up with titles like DEI, where they were achieving anti-whiteism and anti-white results, victimizing white people without identifying, without naming. And if there's no name, if there's no identifying marker, there's nothing for the victims to shoot at until us. So we are already made to feel uncomfortable. Every healthy white person feels very uncomfortable when every TV show, every movie, every commercial shows a white woman with a non-white male and their biologically white erased children. We find that uncomfortable. We don't like seeing ourselves biologically white erased. And it goes on and on, where we're always the villains, where the non-white person is never the villain unless they've been pressed into service by white people or they were so injured by white people that they end up behaving in a bad way. It's always the fault of white. That makes us feel uncomfortable. Well, of course, the anti-whites, as they achieve greater and greater levels and of power and this hubris overcomes them, They begin telling you. So they come out at the beginning of the play and they're like, this is going to hurt. This is going to make you feel uncomfortable. This is going to make you frightened. And that's good because that beats the evil out of you. This is what anti-whiteism has always been about. When it takes the form of feminism, this is what it's been about. When it takes the form of no borders for the good little brown and black children of the world, this is what it's always been about. You can always trace it back to the hardcore anti-white demonic truth. And cowards will ignore it, like the cucks and the schmucks who are not in it for our people, but they're in a game to hate some non-white group, and they want to make themselves out to be some sort of glorious warriors for the West. They ignore this the entire time. It is a very common theme in anti-racism, and it's critical race theory, anti-whiteism. But if part of doing the work to dismantle systemic racism is to endure discomfort, how does that apply to teaching anti-racism to small, young children? Well, of course it does. This author here is trying to say, well, how could they have had racist feelings, legitimizing the anti-white position? They have racist feelings, but they're too young. Racism is legitimate evil, the white race does, but these white kids are too young to have felt these things. So how are you going to frighten them out of it? How are you going to victimize them? What are we actually talking about here? Another excuse for victimizing white people. We have to make you uncomfortable. We have to make you fearful to get rid of this racism is just another excuse to victimize white people. Just like all the arguments in feminism, just like all of the pro-economic arguments about no borders and pro-little brown kid arguments about no borders, on and on. It's all the same. Open your eyes. Examples abound in CRT theory and popular writing about how overcoming white fragility requires white people, that all of this should be in quotes by this author, who is an anti-white himself. It doesn't read like white people, that they sit with that white people, requiring white people to sit with their guilt, be harmed, to sit with their shame, be harmed, and to sit with their unease, be harmed. None of that is meant to fix you. How could you fix your bio-spiritual essence? That's what you're a white person. You can't fix this. Quote, it's going to be, and this is a researcher on NPR, it's going to be uncomfortable, and we're going to have legitimate fear. So you're supposed to feel fear. If you do, and remember this is for the white children. Meanwhile, the non-white children of all non-white races are celebrated. All of their cultures are unique and special. And when white children hear that, that means we learn that we are not the special ones. Our totality, this is what white children are being taught. And you think this doesn't injure them? You were taught the same thing, whether you remember it or not. No matter how old you are, to some degree, you were taught the exact same thing. They're special, you're not. They deserve to be helped, you don't. They have their own awards, which of course they're all going to win, and they get to participate in your awards, which of course most of those awards are going to go to the non-whites. This is what we have to live with. It's about victimizing white people. If you choose, quote, to engage in racial equity dialogue, Kwame Christian, director of the American Negotiation of Institute in Ohio, says, you're white, you have to do this. Robin DiAngelo here, describing anti-racist, quote, one has the grim hunch that such an approach has been honed over years of placating red-faced white people, lowercase w. Not unlike how if a vacuum makes you feel a bit, vaccine, this is the author trying to interpret what they're claiming. Oh, that the vaccine will make you, this remedy will make you sick at first, but then you'll be better. And this is this really effeminate, ballless way to approach our victimization is to, and this is what the Federalist does, is to question, is this really a good thing? We should think about it. No, the thinking about it is done. The action is what's required. This is the kind of thing that gets points for content creators when they talk this way in the cuck sphere. If I were to always have talked about this, yes, racism is real and prejudice from the white race is real. But do we really have to make the white kids suffer like this? Do we really have to make them scared? If I were to talk like this, people like Benny Johnson would talk to me. This is the hurdle. This is the bar for conservative content creators across the West. There are only two answers to this question. One option is yes, making white children feel badly about themselves. I think it's just bad. Would be justified under the rubric if it led to dismantling white supremacy. How many parents would accept the idea that their 9-year-old must be uncomfortable for the greater good of society? A lot of white people, unfortunately, would absolutely subscribe to that. If my child has to feel a little, look at how many white people voted for Obama to prove that they were not raised, that they were anti-white enough. Voted for Obama, he ruined the country, and they voted for him again. Look at how many white people did that. A lot of white people would say, well, if my child has to feel a little bit of discomfort, if they got to dress up in a burlap sack and have an African priestess show up and use her magical prowess to put fire on all of them so that they can learn about her injury. Well, that's just like a day at school. And if that's going to make society better and placate these people, then we should go ahead and do it. Folks, the conservative sphere and the vast majority of white people will continue to make those decisions if our concepts and dialectics don't reach them. Know that. These ethno-nationalist pushback in some of our countries will accept, because they did before. They will accept again. Placate them again. Placate them again. What's it going to be? What do we got to do to keep the peace so that we could go on being selfish individualists, living for our selfish individualist well-being rather than the well-being of our people? They will do it, and I promise you. That's the problem with these other avenues of resistance. So there you have it. It goes on, and it is dreadful. Of course, something here that is really jumps out at you in this article is that the anti-whites tell you as white people that what you produce is whiteness. Never use whiteness. Everybody in this community knows it's an anti-white slur. Now, all we can do is recommend to people to use what will benefit them. Don't bother, like I said, having it out with these losers. The depths of their stupidity, it just knows no bounds. It goes all the way to hell and back. Somebody will come along and they'll say, hey, this works better. We come along and we say, hey, this works better. If you use their terminology, it's detrimental to you. And these idiots will say, nope, we'll use their terminology. Thank you. I will use my rapist's terminology, not something for the benefit of white people. So we use the concepts, we use the arguments, we get out there so that people can see them. Good white people will take them up. The rest of them, to hell with them. Let them suffer the consequences. I know if I end up on the walls as a guard of Western civilization, I will turn those white people away. They can live in their whiteness among the rest of the non-white, anti-white world. Having said that, we had a huge victory, ladies and gentlemen. We had an absolutely huge victory just the other day because Anti-Vilification League was able to get on a show with the one and only Stefan Molyneux, and they actually had a good conversation, almost the totality. Stefan was very reasonable, so hats off to him for being very reasonable to the concepts wielded by this community coming through the mouth of Anti-Vilification League in the conversation. And for the next so many minutes, we're going to have a chat, a swash through. Get out your August emojis, ladies and gentlemen, because I bring him on the screen right now, the one and only Anti-Vilification League. Brother, can you hear my voice?
Hello, Jason. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Big salutes. I did not know that you had gotten on until just the other day with the world-renowned Stefan Molyneux took your call, and it was remarkable, ladies and gentlemen. Stefan even using back the concepts that we use in love for our people and indeed for all peoples who live in our countries, because if anti-whiteism is defeated, it not only benefits the white race, but it benefits all of the races and all of the different peoples who live in the West, because they too love things like freedom of association, right to self-defense, civility, the white norms in policing and justice, on and on. So Stefan saying these concepts back without a hitch. He didn't make a face. He wasn't like, what do you mean anti-whiteism? He is clearly a moral person and willing to heed an argument based in love, hope, and redemption from moral people. And they had a great conversation as a consequence. Brother, start me off with how this all began. How did you identify? What does Stefan do? A show on a regular show that you found out about it and you thought to yourself, I'm going to swash over there with the world-renowned Stefan Molyneux. What happened?
So yeah, I just go on X like I do every single morning. As the first thing I do, usually before coffee. Actually, I head on X while the coffee is brewing. I go on there and begin my new life's work, thanks to the hard work of yourself over many years, to just overturn this immoral social morality that has overtaken the entire world. So yeah, it was just like any other morning. I just hopped on. I saw that Stefan was streaming. So I just thought, hey, why don't I just go in there and just see what it looks like in there? And I noticed that there wasn't many people with their hand up to speak to Stefan. So I just put my hand up, and the first attempt didn't work. The Wi-Fi cut out and things like that. You can probably hear that in the interview when I eventually got through to him. So yeah, the first one didn't work. So I thought maybe they cut me off. Like maybe there was censorship going on. Like maybe it was Stefan's crew. Maybe it was X that cut me off. And he actually suggested that. He thought, oh, maybe there was censorship going on that cut me off. So, but I thought, you know what? I'm not going to let this. I'm not going to let this slide. If it is his crew that are doing it, I'm just going to be cheeky and just put my hand up and try to speak to him again. Thank goodness the second time that I tried, it got through perfectly. The spirit of the West just was pushing through me. I think I did a pretty good job. Maybe there was a couple of little bits in there that I could have done better. But yeah, this hopefully is just the first of many appearances on various people's live streams and things like that. So yeah, just very, very happy with the feedback that I'm getting from the Go Free community. It means so much, because this work that I am doing, I understand the importance of it, and I can see results that are occurring when I apply the Go Free dialogic. The results are unbelievable. And it's almost like I described it with one of the Go Free community members last night when we were chatting in the Shade Tree group. And I described it as similar to when in the story of the Bible where Jesus was driving out demons. And it feels similar to that, where if you preach the gospel of Go Free to coin a phrase, then it actually works so often. It works so well. It's almost 100% success rate. So it's not really surprising that it worked on Stefan Molyneux's demons that are inside him. Obviously, his anti-white demons that are inside of him, and yeah, it's a good example of just how universal Go Free is in its effectiveness against anti-whiteism, and it's perfect. So thank you for that, sir.
Oh man, God bless you, brother. Epic swashing, general level swashing over there with the world-renowned Stefan Molyneux. Now I remember way back in the day, it's been many years, that Stefan became very popular, and he was a philosopher online. He had the biggest show, and he had a guy working for him that was kind of a gatekeeper. And I don't know, at least let me say, this is what I heard. I don't know for sure, but this is what I heard, and that from the outside, I wasn't really in their community, in their circles, but this is what I heard from the outside, and that maybe there was a little bit of disagreement between the both of them on this kind of a thing. I think Stefan wanted to maybe speak to a little bit of the victimization of the white race, and maybe the reins were pulled back. I don't know, but I do know this, that it shouldn't be a Jordan Peterson. He is an anti-white. He undermines the white race. He makes us ill. The guy from Canada that the world should know about, that should make the big money, that people should want to hear what he has to say, because he's going to be fair. He's going to, at least he has a moral standard. Maybe we can disagree with him here and there, but he's going to have a moral standard, and he's willing to heed intelligent arguments from other people. It should be this guy, not the Jordan B. Peterson. It should be this guy instead of so many others that we end up hearing from. But I love you got on there, and like you pointed out, and people will see here. And I might even do a space maybe this week and just play like the whole and comment on it, the whole back and forth between you and Stefan. I love that you had started talking earlier, and then you had been cut off, as you're pointing out. You come back, and then Stefan is like, okay, anti-whiteism, let's talk about it. I was like, this guy's living up to his reputation, at least here, to his reputation. And so I was really impressed, and I'm willing to hear the arguments of people. When I listened to him, whatever number of conversations and clips of his over the years, I always thought, this is a moral guy. This is a really bright guy. And at some point, maybe he would be willing to entertain what we have to say and have a conversation with us at least. And but I think there have been forces in the way that have been undermining that. And I think he even had a tweet that I saw just today. It might have been from yesterday, where he said, what's all this conversation, this incessant necessity to talk about the Jews? And good people were jumping into that thread and saying, don't fall for it. And Stefan wouldn't fall for it, I don't believe. But don't fall for it. This hyperfixation, these maniacal people, they are a detriment to the reclamation of our destiny and the resting of our victimization. And you did a fabulous job articulating that. And what's also really important that I just hear from you is that you're also a humble guy, and you're willing to hear some feedback on the conversation that you had with Molyneux. I want to ask though, and that's a great character trait. That's what I have. That's what we all have to say. I think mine might be genetic in part, but also from sports. I was always willing to say, okay, tell me how. I want to succeed. I want to know did I screw this up? How do you think I screwed it up? How do you think I could do it? Now, that doesn't mean the person saying that is always going to be right, but I'm always going to listen because I want to get to that goal. So it's important, really important point. What do you think for you? What was the moment in the conversation with Molyneux that you thought, all right, this is a decent guy here. He's going to have a conversation with me, and he's going to give me some. What point for you? Was it right up at the front? Was it something that he said that made you really think, all right, this could be a good back and forth?
I wasn't really thinking Jason. I was just in the zone, and just sort of feeling, like I said, the spirit of the West flow through me, and obviously the hundreds of hours of fantastic quality education that you offer on this very show over the, I think, approaching 2.5 to 3 years that I've been listening. And so I can't stress enough to the people listening out there that just to stick to the Go Free Bible, like, so to speak, stick to the script, so to speak, because it is what will work. And I know you always talk about that, Jason, where you are the brain in the frame, and everybody else.
Yes, the brain in the frame.
Everyone else should just sort of heed your words and you implement the strategy. And from experience, from practice, it will work. So that I never really doubted Stefan Molyneux. And look, let's face it, he's not over the line yet. So I'm going to go back on within the next couple of weeks. I'm going to try get it back on and sort of try to teach him a little bit more. And I also encourage everybody in the Go Free community out there to go in. Don't wait for me to do it. Just go out there and sort of do exactly what I did again. So I never really doubted Stefan Molyneux. He's obviously highly intelligent, and he's very reasonable and just a very nice guy. Like I followed him many years ago before I followed you, Jason. But there always just seemed like there was something missing. Like his arguments were mainly based around hating on non-white groups and focusing on their faults, and also focusing on the faults of white people as individuals, which he did mention a few times he kept reverting back to that, saying, oh, it's kind of white people's fault that all of this has been brought upon them because they voted for the welfare state, and et cetera, et cetera. And it's these conservative talking points, these conservative arguments just keep falling flat. So it's our job to just to arm him with the Go Free lexicon. And I'm sure that it will be like time is split in two between the old Stefan Molyneux and then the post Go Free Stefan Molyneux. And I can't wait to see if that happens. And I don't see why it wouldn't. So I suppose to summarize your question, like if we implement the Go Free lexicon, it doesn't matter who it is. I have full confidence that it will work, and it does work. Sometimes it takes time. So I'm a little bit surprised that you asked that question, Jason, because like I'm not sure if you have as much understand the power. I'm sure you do understand the power of this, but it's just so perfect. So whenever I talk about Go Free to anybody, I always say just have confidence in the game plan and deliver it to your best ability, and you will be amazed with how well it works.
Yes. Yeah, and I think what's important to point out, and one of the reasons why it works so well for good-hearted white people, and why so many good-hearted white folk and non-white folk come to white well-being and objecting and combating anti-whiteism, objecting to and combating, is that the concepts that we use, they truly represent who we are in our hearts. White people good white people who wanted to object to what was being done to us didn't have this option in the past. And so many of them still don't have this option today. They've got to go into conservative spheres and then use these strange abstractions to try to defend ourselves, disavow all that we have done, not defend us as a group, or they go into this villain role that the anti-white narrative has provided for them to play. And they make in the real world what I combated in junior high school, which is that non-white people have to be harmed for white people to be good. That is anathema to our instinct, our norms. For most part, of course, we have ne'er-do-wells like everybody else, but that's anathema to good white people. So they show up and they see this contradiction. We've had so many people come from these different communities, especially the ones where you are encouraged, you're forced to hate on non-white groups as the substance supposedly of your quote unquote pro-white activity. And they find that a contradiction with their spirit. And when they finally hear "go free," they say, that perfectly mirrors what I have on the inside. That focus on us, without wanting to do injury to anybody else, with that focus, with just ending our victimization, is so in line and so in keeping with my sentiments, with my morally driven norms, etc., biospiritually driven norms, that they take it. And here's the thing that's so beautiful. When you have somebody who is a good white person or a good non-white person, and they take up the lexicon, they're able to use it fluently. They're able to use it in a true and convincing way, because it is reflecting what they feel inside. When salesmen, for example, they've got to sell junk, and they are attempting to argue, convince you that it's whatever the junk is actually good. Some lousy car, some lousy software. They know that they are lying to you, and there's this act, and there is this emptiness that is in the act that people can sense to some degree. I don't think the white race has the best ability at sensing it. We're a pretty gullible race of people, generally speaking. But nonetheless, there is this vacuousness in the message. But that doesn't exist. I mean, folks, you can hear, if you're new to this, or you're in your early stages, you're taking the baby steps. When you hear me, when you hear so many of these champions, when you hear them articulating these positions, you can tell that it's from the heart. There's nothing being concealed. They really mean what they're saying. And that's what the concepts are meant to do. Bring out our true selves and our true love of our own and desire to prevent that victimization. And with that love, to act in ways that are noble, heroic, even self-sacrificing, if need be, as has been the case throughout all human history. So folks can listen to Anti-Vilification League. It's up on my Twitter, this conversation that he had. You'll find it. For White Wellbeing was the one who brought it to my attention. God bless you, brother. And you can head on over to, of course, Shade Tree to participate in any of these conversations. But you can listen to this conversation, and you can tell that Anti-Vilification League is speaking from the heart. Now, I have no doubt that Stephan being what I can tell from the outside, a moral guy, an intelligent guy, no doubt that there'll still be some disagreements. But to entertain our position that's based in love, hope, and redemption is a moral thing to do. And good Lord willing, as you're saying, good Lord willing, Stephan decides, I think I will implement this phrase rather than that one. I think I will use this one rather than that one, or at least entertain these concepts the way he did with you, that they are legitimate. They're coming from a moral people. They're coming from a moral place. It's a moral objection and should have a place at the table as a consequence. I know there were some other things that Stephan likes to talk about that we don't get into, like what a government should look like, and we don't do that because we are focused on arresting our victimization, and our people can figure out the economy and the government and all of this sort of business once and during the arresting of our victimization is apace. But you did a fabulous job, brother. So many big salutes for you. What are your final thoughts, and where can people find you on the internet?
Sure. So I'd just like to comment on how you said that Stephan just immediately adopted the lexicon, white erasure and anti-whiteism. And I think that all credit of that goes to this community. So like on your journey to the Premiership Cup, as we would call it in Australia, or in your journey to the Super Bowl, as you guys might say, not the NFL Super Bowl, because that's anti-white, isn't it? But so is the AFL here. But on that journey, you need to take the wins, and you have to. That will give you confidence that you're on a winning path. I think that it was already in his mind, like he had already seen it many times, and which enabled him to just immediately adopt it as though it was in the dictionary, in the Webster's dictionary, the one that's printed today, because fascinatingly, anti-white is actually written in the old dictionaries. So it's testament to the hard work of the Go Free community. So, big salutes to you guys out there. Just keep going, keep supporting each other, and we will win. We are going to take this all the way, and we're just going to do it in a pristine way where nobody gets hurt that doesn't need to. And just in closing, if anybody can follow me out there, if you don't already, it's Anti-Vilification League on X if you search it, or it's at AVL_social on X. And I just clicked over 1,000 followers. So I'm just dreaming one day of being at the next level there with 100,000 or something like that. That's sort of my goal there. So I can expand the influence of the Go Free dialogic.
Well said. Well done. I just made a note to myself to add your Twitter link on the description when we are done here today, so folks can find it there. If you're listening live or in replay, you'll find it there once we're done and the video is up for replay for you. Let's get so many big, raucous rounds of emojis and celebration quadruple 07s for the great Anti-Vilification League. Ladies and gentlemen, you did a great job, brother, and we will be right back.
I wrote this book about my life and how I personally broke the chains of this garbage, mostly with my words, but a few times with my fists. I speak to you in the first person. You read a few stories from my library, you dream when you sleep on my couch, and the book contains over 200 illustrations. You've never seen anything like it.
This is easy, that the future could go up in flames when the struggle is too heavy. I resolve to embrace,
Let's get to saving the world, ladies and gentlemen. Swashbuckling time. Get out your raucous emojis, your quadruple 07s. Let's celebrate these heroes that have been added. Like Anti-Vilification League. I want to thank first Franklin and West, the great Franklinator and West, Biospirit of the West, for all of their hard work. Different criteria for bringing together the heroes that they pick out of, and they don't get them all, but we try to get all the heroes that are doing the good work, and we salute every single one of you. God bless you. Thank you so much, Franklin and West, for that. Also want to thank at Don Jr. show this past week. We had Ivanza and Biospirit of the West and The Franklin and We Are Western Con. Big salute to all of these people showing up at Don Jr. That's how we got the concept anti-white into the mouth of Donald J. Trump. God bless the work of these heroes. Let's keep it going. Big celebration for Eindlin, who ran at least 2 shade tree spaces this week and did a marvelous job. I was actually at some of his first time running and hosting the space. Did a magnificent job. Let's hear it for this hero. Even had to deal with some of the garbage showing up, trying to steer things into away from white people and our well-being and into complaining about Jews. God, I despise these people. Big salutes for Eindlin. God bless you, brother. Let me jump on over to our images that we have, ladies and gentlemen. And we begin, of course, with Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche. And those who were seen dancing were thought to be insane by those who could not hear the music. That's why, folks, they don't understand this part of our gatherings on Sunday. Let's roll. Oh, we've got this coming up. You're going to like it. And we got this. Look at this. Anti-Vilification League, ladies and gentlemen, right up front. He made a comment. And the comment was, they will kill every Irish person, man, woman, and child, unless we destroy anti-whiteism. I want you to look right there who gave it a like. Conor McGregor. It's like the second or third time that Anti-Vilification League has gotten Conor McGregor to like one of his comments. Big salutes. Anti-Vilification League having a big week, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep it rolling, though. We got a lot of victories. Take a look. This is what we were just talking about. There's the one and only, the renowned Stefan Molyneux in his conversation with Anti-Vilification League, ladies and gentlemen. Big salutes again for the triumphant work with a guy that is definitely the kind of person I would expect to entertain the morality of the work that we do. CKO. 1,000 plus people reached and empowered with this epic meme. She writes, diabolical, self-absorbed, anti-white pig slurs, abuses and widely disrespects her own grandmother wildly by celebrating the biological white erasure of the countless generations of her grandmother's lineage. It's always about race with anti-whites. Their hate for the white race, repugnant. And this is 1,000 people empowered in the audience of Canadian Patriot Media by CKO. Swashbuckling queen that she is. Show her some love. We're going to celebrate this again because I'm so excited about it. We'll come back to it, though. Hans the Skipper had an explosive week, ladies and gentlemen. Here he is on 1776 General. How many people did he empower? 14,000 people exposed to the concept. And just as Anti-Vilification League doing a totally epic job handing out credit to the totality of our team because of the use of these concepts and showing up in all of these different chats, they are normalized, they are adopted, good people are picking them up. Don't forget, so many folks we're seeing, even legitimately highbrow intellectuals in the United States, picking them up and using these concepts. Hans says, anti-whites describe our victimization, in this case, white erasure, using words with positive connotations. Whites are not replaceable or defective. You replace something that is defective, old, or decrepit. It's such brilliance out of Hans. There is no Western civilization without Western kind. Every sane person can get on board with that statement. God bless Hans the Skipper. Rogan, look at all those emojis. Oh my, I haven't seen that much celebration since I danced on a bar to the chagrin of the barkeep in Alexandria. A true story. A true story. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Keep it going for Hans, though. Anti-white enforcers must take note that, quote, just following orders has never been a viable defense ever. Now is a good time to stop being anti-white. 4,000 people exposed to this in the audience of Daniel Concannon. God bless the big skipper. Hans the Skipper is his name. Justice isn't blind. It's anti-white. Absolute. That needs to be a meme. It needs to be a meme straight away with the website on it. Justice isn't blind. It's anti-white. 20,000 people reading that in the audience of David Santana Parla. 20,000 people empowered. The name is Skipper. Hans the Skipper. Keep it going with the celebration. Hans is back again in on Defiant L's audience. 6,500 human beings exposed to pristine environment is a Western norm. The anti-white EFF in South Africa often target white people by littering. We derive harmony when our environment reflects our internal expression. Anti-whites knowingly harm our health when they white erase that brilliantly written and empowering people. The great Hans the Skipper, he ain't done. Over on End Wokeness, he empowered 14.3 thousand people with this. Hush crimes contradict the anti-white narrative. Genius. Well done, Hans the Skipper. Folks, we got heroes all around the Western world, literally the planet, coming to white well-being. Here he is again, over 2,000 people empowered in the audience of Eva Vladimir-Brook's audience. White men created a nursery room called Western Civilization. Anti-whites turned it into a hunting ground called liberal democracy. Brilliant by Hans the King, the Skipper. Well done. Hans is just tearing it up, my God. This time he's over in the audience of MMA Guru, empowering 11,000 more people. In anti-white society, you are not allowed to criticize a member of the most angelized race. Not displaying proper obeisance at all times is heresy to anti-whiteism. Perfectly argued by this champion, Hans the Skipper. God bless you. Big salute. I'm going to stand up for this. Big salute to the Hans the Skipper. Thousands and thousands and thousands of people. Let's keep it going. Hans is on News 24, empowering 5,200 and counting people. White erasure is closely followed by the white erasure of our Western norms and standards. So true, so beautiful. White magic at work by this wizard of the White West. Holy moly. This time he's empowering people in Rupert Lowe MP's audience. Almost 7,000 more to the count this week. Can we get a trophy for this man? Can we get this man a throne? He writes, Western norms are not universal values. Exactly. White erasure creates a cultural arms race. Oh my God. My God, we are unlocking our innate talents by going free. The great Hans the Skipper giving the love back. Oh my God, folks. Coming from Australia. Get ready for this. It's coming. It's coming. Ivan Zahagbal. Empowering how many? Working on 28,000 people. 28,000 in the audience of Keith Woods. Ivan is an amazing character. In a world of collectives, individualism is suicide. Genius, Ivan. Non-whites act as tribes and always support and protect their people. Not every single one, of course, we know that. Whites should do the same. Amen. For the great Ivan, powerful. Empowering the audience of Keith Woods, well done, champion. He's back again, this time empowering the audience in Right Angle Network. 19,000 more people. I told you we had a rockin' week, didn't I? I told you we had an amazing week. The UK government and governments in the West are rapidly anti-white. They want white children to get raped, which is why they ignore and cover up the anti-white rape gangs. This anti-white anarcho-tyranny will only end when we go free and form a people out of our deracinated race. In a world of collectives, individualism is suicide. Ivan Zaharova wields the concepts and the dialectics like a freaking Western ninja, like a Western ninja with nunchucks that are invisible. You can only hear the whir of the nunchucks. God bless the Ivan. Beautifully done, man. Jay Bishop in the house, empowering 13,000 people in the Ann Coulter audience. She writes this: it's very important to allow them to come in, quoting whatever was said. Trump, 600,000 non-white students, okay? Chinese in this case, get to come on in and take a seat away from more white males. Those will be the only people they can discriminate against. More of our people get denied access to a future they would like to pursue. Sounds like anti-whiteism. Big salutes for Jay Bishop, swashing this week. Almost 400 likes. Keep it rolling. Julia's in the house as well. She's in the audience of David. Is that Atherton? Something like that. White anti-whites are the worst, she writes. Race traitors who deserve deportation along with their pets. 9,000 views and counting. Look at 1,000 likes. Give it up for the swashbuckling champions. Well done. She's not done. She's swashing this time over on Queen Natalie's audience, empowering 2,000 more people, writing, he should go be proud in Black Africa. Biological white erasure is evil. Very well written. Julia knocking it out of the park again. Justin McDaniel in the house. How many people? Count them. How many? 45.3 thousand people in the audience of Keith Woods exposed to the epic meme of the anti-white immoral imperative. I love this meme. It's so beautifully created. And he writes, attempted anti-white murder. He would have never done that if it had been a non-white. Give it up for Justin McDaniel. 456 likes. Swashbuckling generals, they're men, they're women, they're older, they're younger. We are changing the world as the audience takes a break. And now's the time so they can be back in time for Olav, who has done such a varied service to white well-being. This guy's out there in numerous ways. Here he is empowering, working on 1,000 viewers in the audience of Homath, sharing this beautiful meme that has the website address. He says, yes, that's why it's important to call them out as anti-whites. God bless you, the great Olav. We are everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We are on every continent. We are everywhere swashing. God bless these heroes. The Tree Godfather. Get out of your seats. Throw your salutes up. 4,300 human beings empowered by the Tree Godfather, swashing on Daniel Kincannon. Exactly correct. He writes anti-white, not two-tier, in quotes, perfectly done, or any other abstraction. Brilliant for the Tree Godfather. Show him some love. The meme is great. It's colorful. It gets your attention. It is anti-whiteism. Biosphere of the West over here, folks. 9,000 people empowered, exposed in the audience of Daniel Kincannon, with the great Biospirit of the West dropping the bomb of this beautiful and powerful meme. Justice isn't two-tier, it's anti-white. Guess we have that meme and the beautiful website here, perfectly placed. Well done to our meme mavens. Give it up for the West, man. The bio spirit of the West. Leader of the OT, and here also swashing on End Wokeness with 5,900 human beings exposed in that audience too. That's white erasure in media. Disgusting. Perfect, pithy, powerful, and sharing another great meme that has driven people, good people, to white well-being. Give it up. Continue giving it up for biospirit of the West. There you have it, folks. We did that on the screen you're looking at right now. I want to take a look and celebrate again the Great West. I love this video. On your feet for the beautiful video, AI video made by Biospirit of the West.
Changes in our country you find troubling. Do you feel unsafe and at a loss to remedy these fundamental shifts? Have you found the book Go Free by Jason Kuna? The Go Free method provides excellent meme curatives and specific language skills to overcome the anti-white psychological warfare being waged against us across the West. Go Free, a guide to aligning with the archetype of Western kind by Jason Kuna, available on Amazon.
I love that, ladies and gentlemen. How beautiful. You need to be sharing that everywhere. And look at this. One of our favorites. He's going to become a king as well. It's Andrew Branca. Let's listen to what he has to say. Our favorite lawyer.
No evidence of any of this.
By the way, take a look at who's number one swashing up in there. Another imported anti-white seditionist, the great, the one and only Tree Godfather. Listen to Andrew Branca's argument right here about these Indians.
But you have to understand that in the Indian culture, they act in a moral way. They will always prioritize themselves, their family, their tribe, their community over any American interest. And that's true even if they're living in America.
God bless the champion, Andrew Branca, ladies and gentlemen. Big salutes. Becoming a bigger and bigger fan of his all the time. And now, everyone on your feet, ladies and gentlemen, because it is time for you to witness the absolute heroes of Down Under, ladies and gentlemen. They have created a video, the GFC of Go Free, Australia champions. They've been working on it, doing what needs to be done. Let's give these guys some big salutes. Listen up.
You've likely heard the terms anti-white or anti-whiteism, which is defined as thoughts, actions, and policies hostile to white people. But is it just a passing fad, found on social media and American colleges, or a serious issue that should concern Australians? Well, if it is a serious concern, we would expect to find examples of anti-whiteism spread throughout Australia's major institutions. Let's look at these institutions to see if this is in fact the case, starting with education. Students in a Melbourne high school were asked to stand up if they were white, male and Christian and were labelled oppressors. Healthcare. The nursing board required all white nurses to apologise for their white privilege before treating Aboriginal patients, under a new code they described as a decolonising model. Politics. A member of parliament referred to a man as a, quote, white little cunt outside a Melbourne business. Entertainment. The host of a popular reality TV series condemned the show as, quote, incredibly white. Sports. Football fans were told at an AFL semi-final that the Welcome to Country ceremony was not for white people. These are just a few examples of anti-whiteism in Australia, which typically receive very little coverage, if any at all.
Awesome.
Subsequently, there's a total lack of accountability or addressing the root cause. So should anti-whiteism concern us? Well, in the case of Dreamtime people, it's widely accepted that without a sense of pride and strong connection to their history, their culture, and their community, they are often fated to a life of hopelessness and self-destruction. White people are no different. When we're told that we must feel ashamed of our history, that we are collectively guilty, that we have no history or culture and are the villains, the consequences are the same. Anti-whiteism fuels problems in our community, such as broken families, drug abuse, mental illness, suicide, porn and gaming addiction, and the general opting out of a society to which they feel they don't belong. And it's especially harmful to our children. But it doesn't have to be this way. There are practical ways you can combat anti-whiteism in your daily life using the Go Free method, which won't harm your personal or professional relationships or be misunderstood as hateful. We will cover this in a future video.
Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, show some enormous love to the great heroes of white well-being, the GFC Go Free Club, Down Under, been working together. This is exactly how it's supposed to be done. A fantastic and powerful video. Give them much love, and we'll be right back. Wow, what a powerful week. What a powerful week of victories, communicating these ideas across the absolute internet. And this isn't everything. But I mean, what a magnificent job done by these. None of these people are paid. None of these people have the support of Iran to magnify their followers, to magnify their messages thereby. These people are doing this against the inertia and the weight of anti-whiteism and the deboosting. It is abominable what is done to us in the white sympathetic sphere. And these heroes right here, because they're based and they're motivated and their goal is love, hope, and redemption. Big salutes. I love this video. I attended a number of the gathering get-togethers and will do so moving forward, of course, in the future. But they, in different parts, I showed up at different parts of their meeting, and they were talking about this. They're talking about building this. They're talking about promulgating the Go Free dialogue and taking it to different political parties and different environments to get it to as many good white people as possible. And you've seen the kind of results that they've had as a consequence. This is how GFCs were all supposed to operate. And that's why this was the only one allowed to continue. This is how they're supposed. These are true champions. I mean, talk Anti-Vilification League, also in Australia, but we got powerful heroes all around the world doing amazing things. The white race has good people that are ready to step up and on moral basis object to our victimization. So big salutes to everybody who are out there fighting. You are the real heroes. And let's get to keep your celebration going, because Anonymous wants to get in here with a $50 financial gift to white well-being. $50. God bless you, Anonymous. You know who you are. And thank you so very much for your service. Another $50 showing up here. Celebrate that $50. Let's keep it going for Dude, a Bro, a Moment over here on Entropy. He wasn't able to make it on Wednesday, but he has been able to make. He made it late, I should say. So he financially gifted $50 when he could get to a device that he could do it on, and then another $50, bringing him to a total of 100 white well-being dollars today. 100. And right in the live chat, what Dude Bro Moment always says with those $50, this time $100. This champion who deserves so many trophies and salutes, a pedestal with his bust on it. Dude Bro Moment, 100 freaking dollars. God bless you, sir. God bless you. The Sandwich King in here also on this Sunday, Church of the West, and $25. $25 by the Sandwich King. God bless you, sir. With his $25, he says, thanks for your positive leadership, Jason, for white well-being. Big salutes to you. I assume you all could recall Dude Bro Moment, what he says all the time, for white well-being. God bless the hero. Yes, $100. He got in there as soon as he could. We were already gone, but he got in there to get that 50. So we recognize it today. God bless both of these champions for white well-being. Let me turn around and refresh. And we do have a letter today in the Thaumatological Mailbag we will get to in just a moment. We have our lesson of the day. We have what you all want to talk about. And we'll drop it down a gear. We'll be looking at your comments. Tag me as No White Gil. Keep it going for First Last. The great First Last. $100 quadruple 07s coming in here today. Crowns and gems, 100. And with those 100 glittering diamond-like dollars, those 100 save the white baby dollars. He says, lead brother. Amen to that. Thank you so much, good brother. Right by your side, my man. Right by your side. Give it up as well for Corey. Again today, this champion wielding another $50 bill. Another $50 bill for white well-being. Corey is in the live chat now. Make sure you know, and he's celebrating like bonkers for everybody else. Show the man some love. That's how it should be done. He's leading and demonstrating how it's supposed to be done. He writes, thank you for your service to white well-being. 07 to you, good sir. Let me see if we've got any more to celebrate. We will get to the rest of the financial gifts and your comments. Looks like we haven't missed any that we need to celebrate. If I miss it now, I will surely get it. So don't worry about that. It'll happen. And what else? Do we have any over here? All right. I don't think I missed anybody to celebrate on Premium Rumble. So let's go to the Thaumatological Mailbag. The Thaumatological Mailbag. We got one piece of mail. And you want to keep your salutes going. You want to keep your celebration going for this dear lady showing up with a beautiful card. Take a look at this beauty. You know, another one of the members of this community for white well-being that has beautiful penmanship. It's amazing. Anonymous is her name, ladies and gentlemen. Anonymous. And she says here with these 100. So nice to see you in the Thaumatological Mailbag. Thank you, Anonymous. She writes, words are actions. I got to get my glasses, though. I can try without them. As a longtime warrior, do you sense any change in the white community? And the answer is yes. I think, thank you so much for the question. Thank you so much for the financial gift. Thank you so much for showing up in the Thaumatological Mailbag. I really appreciate it. Let me prop it up over there. So folks, hopefully, I don't know if you can see it or not, but maybe you can. Thank you so much. Yes, and one of the biggest changes I see is that we're really beginning to parse these different endeavors. As even if we didn't exist, the anti-Jew stuff is becoming so multiracial that increasingly it will be challenging for white people to claim that they are involved with all of these non-whites in being anti-Jew for pro-white outcomes. It just doesn't make any sense. That's one of the most important things, and I mentioned that earlier in the gathering, is for this to finally be severed. They are not the same thing, not even remotely the same thing. We don't refrain from focusing on Jews for the benefit of Jews. We refrain from that for our benefit. So, yeah, it's really crystallizing, and it's a beautiful thing. And I think maybe also seeing the great Dallas Malloy show up over here on Premium Rumble, there is a spiritual element that is stepping forward too, that is becoming more and more palpable, which is why, if you are interested, on Wednesdays, I teach from the fiction of Prometheus Rising. It is didactic. It is metaphorical. It is intended to teach us about our strengths and weaknesses. There are no analogs to human groups of any type in Prometheus Rising. If you read that, that's because your focus is in the wrong place. You're not noticing, because you're not noticing anti-whiteism. You're not noticing our flaws. But I talk about all of these things in a way to empower. It is mythopoetic. It has a lyricism to it. I read it and teach us a little segment on Wednesdays, and I hope to see you there so we can get more into the spiritual element. It can empower you, whether you are atheist, whether you're Christian, whether you're Mormon Christian, or what have you. It can empower you, and Christians have told me as much. And so I will keep an eye out for you and you joining us on Wednesdays. So thanks so much, Anonymous, for that question and for the financial gift in the mailbag. Thumbological. Let's get to the rest of these financial gifts as I see them showing up. And thank you. I want to give a big salute to everybody who is celebrating. God bless every single one of you. We have created an entire community that cheers like a professional sports stadium for benefiting white positivity, for arresting our victimization. Those efforts are celebrated. Can you think of anything more empowering? Well done. Well done, community. God bless you all. And we have Weldon over here, financially gifting $5. And he says, God bless. Well, God bless you. Boy, that was kind of a nice little segue, wasn't it? That worked out pretty neat. We also have Yiz, the eunuch, $5. And she wrote, weekly folk tithe for white well-being. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. I will do the refreshing, and we will continue to move along. Bass is with us. Good to see you. Goofus, I think I might have mentioned you earlier. Novihora is here. The Cool, the Papa, and Jay, the Magic. A king of swashing is with us. Good to see you, brother. Okay, we haven't missed anybody as of yet. Wait, we have more celebrating to do. 007s. Rocking some crepitant emojis. Crepitating emojis. Let's celebrate, ladies and gentlemen. Douglas. Douglas coming in with a $20 financial gift to White Wellbeing just this very second. God bless you, good sir. And he says with those $20 for White Wellbeing Society. Big salutes to you, brother Douglas, showing up and financially gifting. In this, the final hour we are in of our, can you believe it? It's gone by in the blink of an eye. We're in the final hour of our gathering, and it's gone by like this. Victories, laughs, anger, shock, the whole spectrum of emotions here in service to white well-being. And if you are not happy with, if that doesn't work for you, it's because something's wrong with you. We have Androl here, if that's pronounced properly, over on Entropy. He says, $5 financial gift. God bless you and thank you for that. He says, greetings from Romania, dear No White Guilt. Well, thank you. Look at this, Romania checking in. Love the country. Love the people. He says, the anti-whites here canceled an election, then banned the white sympathetic candidate. Wow. Hey, folks. I mean, he's telling you right now, this is your reality until you address the social morality, which is the anti-white immoral imperative. That can be done. As outrageous as it is, as illegal as it is. They did it in Germany. He says here, I've been following you since Lana, and your method is the most superior. Show this man some love. Show this man some love. Let's get this man some love. Big love from the once great state of Virginia over to Romania. Epic testimonial there. This method, and what is this method? It is a simple practice that everybody can do. And we need and want you to do it. He says, if whites adopted it worldwide, we would win. Another test, think about this, testimonials from all around the world about a single concept, about a single practice The Dialogic of Go Free, a guide to aligning with the archetype of Western kind. Have you ever heard of any other endeavor that gets testimonials like that from numerous Western countries around planet Earth, that it works everywhere? Have you ever heard of that before? How am I not interviewed for the benefit of us? How am I not interviewed for the benefit of us everywhere? There's nothing else like this. There is nothing that works not only across national lines to combat anti-whiteism for the good of white people and all the people who live in the West. Not only that, but into other European or white languages, it works. What? I mean, seriously? Again, I'm going to say it again. If the content creators you're listening to are not, at least occasionally, mentioning this community and the Go Free practice, that is your benchmark that they are illegitimate. If they're mentioning this community and these successes and these kind of testimonials around the planet of Earth, if they're mentioning it, then they might be legitimate. But if they're not mentioning it, they're illegitimate. Period. Thank you so much. From Romania. My God. Really? This is astonishing. God bless you, champion. Who else do we have here that I missed? We have, the Sandwich King is back again for $5 more. Big salutes, bringing his total to $30. He said with those $5, thank you to Anti-Vilification League and all the other great swashers for giving your time to enlighten thought leaders. All those little steps for us really matter. Thank you. Totally pristine. Totally Slotzian and pristine of the Sandwich King to hop in there and be like, $5 to celebrate these people on top of all of the applause and the raucous emojis. Give it up for the Sandwich King. Very pristine of this gentleman. He needs some shoulders to ride on. God bless you, man. It's totally cool. That's how we're going to do this. Never happened any other way. Let's see if I missed anybody here. No. Okay. If you think I missed you or I did miss you on Entropy, please tag me. You can do so on the chat widget on Entropy, and you could do it in YouTube. I'll definitely see it there. Tag me as No White Guilt. Thank you so much. How awesome. All right. Look at the celebration over there. I meant it when I said I hadn't seen that much celebrating since I danced on a bar to the chagrin of the barkeep in Alexandria. That was a lot of celebrating. You all were doing a great job. I'm heating up the office again. You know how this works, right? I just make things hot around the collar. SCOTUS is here. Good to see you. Is that DeMarc River Street is here. Hello and welcome. The Thunder Lunder Down Under is in the house. Wonderful to see you, champion. All right. Remember, tag me as No White Guilt if you have anything that you would like me to address. I'm looking forward. For White Well-Being is here. There's the great biospirit of the West in the house of Swa. Truly, truly, this is magical. We have our Go Free lesson of the day coming up in just a moment. We do have an announcement. I want you all to come together and send positive energy and prayers, continuing positive energy and prayers to the great Mrs. Jess Horst, who continues to go through her treatments. Give her strength, give her energy, prayers that the treatments are going to work and that she comes out of this the other side with the least bit of pain, the least bit of suffering, comes out the other side stronger than before. Prayers and positive energy to guide the doctors, to guide the technicians who will be working on and with this beautiful woman. Big positivity and prayers to Mrs. Jess Horse, wonderful member of White Wellbeing. Thank you for everything that you have done and been for us here and all of Western kind. We're pulling for you. We'll get into this lesson of the day. How exciting. Go free lesson of the day. The saboteur. And we're going to jump into the glossary for the two components of a meme pathogen. What are those? All right. Really think about how absolutely epic this is. Genuinely. We face a lot of adversity. I get it. You know, we are up against the anti-whites all the time, and we are dealing with their censorship, dealing with their deboosting. We're dealing with the rank indignities that so-called pro-white people inflict on us. And yet we have this white magic that works in every Western country. And it in people's families, in courtrooms, in law offices, in works everywhere. So many testimonials. How could you not be extremely excited about this? It's amazing. It's truly remarkable. God bless every one of you. You know, I spend a lot of time talking about, especially because there's so many indignities, about the indignities, the insults, the etc. But we also have to mention, even though all of that is wrong, we have to mention all that is right. And all that is right is all of you. All that is right and noble and pristine is all of you on this path to the reclamation of our destiny, in yourselves, in your family circles, at your workplaces, in the communities online here. All that is right is all of you. And that shines through the darkness of this miserable indignities and slander and endless attacks. All of that shines through it all. Never forget it. Never forget it. There is clearly a low-slung cloud rack above us. And when we look up, it's all of these tenebrous clouds. But every now and again, there's a gap in the clouds. And you can see to the top of that mountain in the west, this bright, shimmering light, beseeching those, beckoning those who are good enough to embrace it. So you all are, we're the ones who will be able to say, we were here at the beginning. As it catches on more and more, we will all be able to say, we were here at the beginning. These will be the names that go down in the history books. For White Well-Being, giving a big salute back. Thank you so much, brother. AOC is with us. All right. Mestizo Koff has joined us. The great Mestizo Koff, a magnificent meme maven himself. Let's get into the lesson. And I'm going to keep an eye out for your tags. I want to thank also, much love for Land of the Fake. Is it Land of the Fake? Home of the Gay has gifted 2 subscriptions over here on Premium Rumble. God bless you, champion. Dominating the house over there. Comments after comment after comment. Gifting subscriptions to folks. Man, thank you so much. Looks like Aliens Exist and Dallas Malloy were both gifted those memberships. God bless you, hero. Big salutes. Tag me over there or anywhere as No White Guilt. If I missed your tag over there, please tag me again and give me your message again. All right. How exciting. What a week. What a week. We, Anti-Vilification League, had the conversation with Stefan Molyneux. How amazing is that? Stefan Molyneux. I think Stefan is probably at the age, and he's a father, I think, of a little girl, I think. And I think he might be at the age, I hope he's economically very sound. So he might be at the age where he's not going to be able to be manipulated by the J-Spurgs. He's just going to be, if he doesn't, he would never happen. He's just going to end up slandered. He's not going to come out and say, oh, the Jews are all evil and whatever. So how amazing is that? And all of the successes. Problematic Biospirit is here. Hello to you. All right. The Saboteur. We need to be very careful about the Saboteurs. This is page 85, second edition, iteration 2, because they are almost literally at the walls all the time. They have given up a little bit on trying to pull down the show, at least the gatherings that we do, because our troll slayers don't take any off of them. And we identify them and slay them as they should. But they do show up. They'll show up in your comments. They've shown up for Tree Godfather and CKO and Hans and showing up over there in Eindelen now to undermine a conversation about white well-being. Never forget this. Think about how astounding this is. That you have a public conversation about what it really does seem to speak more than a little bit of some sort of intentional subterfuge, doesn't it? Some sort of paid or otherwise self-motivated effort to undermine white people getting together for our well-being. Wherever we get together, they show up. Wherever we get together to talk about the well-being of white people and putting an end to our victimization, they show up. And as we just saw in the Shade Tree on X, one of these subversives shows up, acts normal, agrees with a bunch of the comments that are being said, and then just has a little bit of a criticism, and then reveals in their ranting after they get thrown out that they are hardcore Jewsburgs. They were there the entire time to slowly direct the energy away from the well-being of white people in conversations about our victimization to complaining about Jews. And of course, that goes nowhere. In all seriousness, not only have we, over the years, especially prior to the internet being robust, not only have we caught anti-whites funding these villain LARPers out in the world, not only have we caught that happen, but we can conclude that it is the only logical thing for anti-whites to do. Of course, they would want to direct our resistance to our victimization into fruitless and even baneful avenues. So as they keep, whether or not the individuals that show up are in the employ, and they believe, and they're openly anti-white, and they're in the employ of anti-whites, or whether or not their brains have been so scrambled by anti-whiteism, or they don't know that they're in the employ because they're receiving the checks for behaving a certain way, or receiving the boon on social media for behaving a certain way. Doesn't matter, because in the final analysis, it ends up in anti-whiteism. It ends up in stripping us of the energy that we're building. Unbelievable that you can have so many people talk about how devious the elites are, how brilliant and devious they are, but they can't conclude that they find it astonishing that the elites would direct people into fruitless resistance. Do you know, I don't want to give away too much, but do you know the United States does that in most other countries? Do you know that in Venezuela, if the United States invades and we celebrate that invasion, and they install a puppet regime and we celebrate that, that the form that the resistance takes to the puppet regime, the United States will manipulate into fruitless thought and fruitless effort. How does that sound shocking? Of course, that's what they do. Of course. So let's talk about these saboteurs here for a moment. I'll be keeping my eye out for the tags. 07 from Land of the Fake over there. Big salute to you, brother. Saboteurs come in numerous forms, several of which are given titles in the following paragraphs. They are marked by their negative influence on white sympathetic communities, including practitioners of Go Free. Saboteurs may intentionally or unintentionally inflict their negative influence. They often engage in several types of road blocking, which is a category, a subcategory of its own that contains some of these monikers, such as virtue trapping. Do you remember what that is? Support shaming, spousing, shame extorting, and quicksanding. So these are some examples. You don't need to learn all of these different examples. You only have to be on the lookout for any arguments, positions, etc., that weaken the fight for white well-being. Right? If anything is going to detract, that on its face is, well, wait a second, that sounds like it could be subversive. Don't be afraid to have a conversation with other people in the community when you think you are seeing subversion. Maybe even, depending on the person, you could speak right directly to them, send them a message and say, this sounds subversive. Is that what you're really getting at? We have to police this. You know, it is a see something, say something situation. We can't ignore it. We've had too many times of damage done to the community by subversives that come in, and from now on, and it's been this way for a while now, when we identify, I mean, I'm a forgiving guy. Look at me. I've forgiven people over and over, and they come back and do the same thing. So, no, subversives are gone. Virtue trapping is when a subversive says, anti-whites can do this too, of course. They say, here are your virtues, and you are not abiding by all of these virtues, which means you're illegitimate. We do not allow them to hold us to our virtues. They don't carry those virtues themselves. They don't mean anything to them. So they cannot wield them against us. That's a great example. Support shaming. That's when people come in and say, you should be doing this free. Do you remember when so many of those people from the never get arrested call it community came after me and said, I should give my books away free? I should give it all away. It should all be free. That's an example of support shaming. Spousing is when someone comes into the community just for the purpose of finding a spouse and leaving. We've had that happen. We've identified them. Shame extorting. Well, we saw quite recently, a lot of shame extorting at work. Most often, it's a result of people engaged in behaviors that are detrimental. They end up getting arrested, and then all of these people show up and say, you should be funding their lawyers. You should. No, you are not going to shame extort us. They should not have been engaged in that behavior. Quicksanding. That's a example of that. Is just you introduce a concept from the Go Free Dialogic, and somebody immediately says, no consideration, not gonna hear what it is, not gonna hear about it. Great example of that is, here is why white erasure is superior to white genocide. I know, even though the regime uses white genocide, even though it does to mock it, that's on purpose. Here's why white erasure is superior. And they say, nope, don't want to hear it. Quicksanding. It's another example of subversion. The first type of saboteur is the mercenary, which has its own 3 variants. Least often, mercenaries are professional agents, members of anti-white operations designed to infiltrate white sympathetic communities for the purpose of gathering intelligence, provoking violence, false flag operations, and the like. These mercenaries are often government and NGO private organization employees, but can also be contractors. Second type of mercenary is the self-serving opportunist, joining or befriending white sympathetic communities with the intent of severing ties and telling their story for attention and financial reward from an anti-white world eager to bolster the anti-white narrative. In this context, the repentant villain represents a third type of mercenary. Now, of course, I'll get into repentant villain in just a moment. And Heimbach is a great example. Richard Spencer is a great example. You can run down the line. Every self-serving egoist, every narcissist in the white sympathetic sphere is a breath away from becoming a repentant villain. Every one of them. But I do want to know that there are nearly limitless examples. And so this is only meant to give you a general direction to keep an eye out for mercenaries. Especially keep an eye out for those that are going to praise everything, but then have one little bit here or there that they're like, well, that's how it starts. That's always how it starts. The concerned troll, very popular. Whether leaving the group of their own volition or rejected for their aberrant behavior and ideas, they may reveal a mercenary side by not only seeking attention and acceptance, but also financial gain through telling their story about playing the villain in the anti-white narrative. Well-being advocates should stay vigilant of such individuals who have caused harm to many other pro-white sympathetic communities time and again. Be cautious of individuals lacking sincere dedication, study of going free material, and positive participation. That right there, pay really close attention to that, because the majority of our not everyone, but the majority of the subversives that have come into this community, they haven't been a hardcore dedicated to the practice. They're like, well, I skimmed it, or I'll buy the book at some point, or I've been to the shows, or there's always some excuse. Be cautious of individuals lacking sincere dedication, study of the Go Free material, and positive participation. After mercenaries are cravens who encourage white flight and draw well-being advocates away from our growing community by various means. One form of craven is the man or woman who enters the community for the purpose of spousing, and that I just explained to you. More often, though, cravens are isolationists, luring others into a bunker mindset. That leads to perdition. That leads to their enrichment. That leads to their sex partners. You can't be cut off from the world and benefit yourself and our people and our countries. It should be noted that our individual well-being depends on our people's well-being. Bunker cravens rely on others, such as ourselves, to defeat the anti-whites and rebuild society. Cravens and craven mentality must be swiftly resisted. And the craven mentality and people trying to lure you away with this other vector of resistance is an example of so many of the different endeavors that show up. People show up and they think that they want to lure people away into their particular vehicle for their own aggrandizement, for their own enrichment, for their own empowerment, for their own sex partners. Don't fall for it. We've got something for the first time that's working around planet Earth. Don't allow people to steer you off course. See something, say something. Everybody should be saying something. If a subversive shows up and starts showing any of these signs, everyone who sees the signs should be reaching out to me or West or Godfather or Brandt or Fornull or the list of the people whose names you see, Franklin, all the time. Abstractionists and sectarianists are two other forms of subversives. We know what abstractionists are. Sectarianists disunify. They magnify differences that are either trivial or out of turn, demanding reconciliation of various elements before reconciliation or resolution is necessary, even before it is known that reconciliation or resolution will be necessary in the future. Nothing comes before the steps that we can take in our lives right now and in those circles that we touch. Nothing comes before. No, what's the government? What's the police? What's going to be the racial makeup? What's going to be the environment like? What's going to be all of that? Anybody pushing that is at best a clubbist or at worst a subversive. Either way, they undermine the work that we do. We need to be a powerful, moral, intellectual, courageous elite for the white race. Spiritual elite for the white race. That's what we are. And that's what we have to be. Sectarianists spread rumors and instigate personal grievances. They praise one and denounce the other, and in various ways seek unnecessarily to fracture strength and unified effort. Finally, we have here the antagonist is another form of saboteur. He plays the villain in the anti-white narrative. The antagonist derives his name from the assortment of villains, antagonists, presented by the anti-white narrative. Entertainment, historical edutainment, and much more. These fictional and fictionalized characters are portrayed as representing the worst qualities of humanity and then infused with some measure of concern or fixation on the white race. When a white man, woman, or child decides to give his or her life and selfless sacrifice to the well-being of our people, that is a pristine moment of purest love, courage, and nobility. Do not fall into this trap. You all know that very well. Okay. Let us jump to, and if you have any questions or comments about that, I was jumping around a little bit as I was reading there, so I can make sure that I pay attention to what you all are potentially confused about, or you have a comment or a question about. We're jumping back into the appendix. The appendices you will not find in the audio version of Go Free, but you can get the audio version. Unfortunately, I don't get to decide how much they sell it for. That's their right. But I think it's pretty much a giveaway price. And then once you've imbibed the material, you're driving to work, you're listening at work, You're listening while you're working out. You can then go and get the actual text. You can get it in e-form. You can get it in physical form. You should write all through it. It should be all about your journey, all about your discoveries, all of your epiphanic moments. It's about learning and growing, becoming an advocate for white well-being. We wanted to touch upon the anti-white precept and the interpretive mandate. This is the components of a meme pathogen and anti-whiteism, an idea we see articulated in the behavior, for example, in entertainment, that if we're not interrupting with our conscious mind, the subconscious is living that as real life. And we had great members of the community I read earlier speaking directly to that reality. So let's see. The meme pathogen is broken into two specific categories. The first is the first of the two components of a meme pathogen is the anti-white precept itself. The anti-white precept of an MP is the actual anti-white belief. This is page 190. That is on some level of consciousness accepted as true by the mind. An example is a white person that white people did not create Western civilization. They stole it. Is that an MP that you heard? It is. So it's kind of a rhetorical question. You've heard it in different iterations maybe, or specifically like that. We have all heard it. The second component of a meme pathogen, an MP, is the interpretive mandate. The interpretive mandate that dictates an emotional response to the precept. If they just gave us precepts, it would be no good. You know, in communist Russia, they tried to teach in a classroom setting. And it's one of the reasons why the ideas that were so destructive of communism were so easily resisted by the population, because they just put them in a class. If you just went to a class and they told you, okay, well, Western civilization was stolen by white people, and that's all they gave, that would be very little control over you. No, the way that the MP gains its real power is the interpretive mandate. How do they demonstrate that? Well, if it's an entertainment, it's really easy to illustrate how in entertainment they teach you this, because you are watching the show and somebody comes in, a character comes in, and usually a white guy, and he'll say something about defending white people. It's not good that white people X, Y, or Z, whatever it is. What do? The white guy, the character, is dressed in ugly clothing. He's physically ugly. His hairdo is ugly. He's stupid. He drives an ugly car, a dirty car. You also have the other extreme. He's overly adept at speech because he's manipulative. He's clean cut in a sterile, vacuous way, in a manipulating, maniacal, deceiving way. And the other characters that are the good ones that you are associating with, they look at him and they act with revulsion. That is teaching you the interpretive mandate. And you can look at it from numerous angles and see, indeed, the power of these interpretive mandates. You'll see them having occurred everywhere. The people who are not anti-white enough, they're heretical to anti-whiteism in entertainment, they don't get what they want in the world. They have a miserable life. But the people who are anti-white, they get what they want. They get celebrated. Those characters are attractive. Those characters have nice haircuts. Those characters are put together. interpretive mandates, all of this signaling. You will be a winner, a good guy. Things will go right for you if you're anti-white. The responses to the characters are an enormous part of the interpretive mandate. Why is it that everybody at like a given bar or restaurant or party, why and how is it they all know how to respond to an idea that is not anti-white enough? How is it that they all know to respond the exact same way? Because they've seen their favorite characters do it in countless iterations. You can see this most poignantly in children. How would the kids know? I've watched it in children, white children. How do they know? I was a white child watching it in white kids. How do they know how to respond with revulsion? They don't have a lifetime of learning, of seeing the application of ideas that aren't anti-white enough, that end up murdering the totality of mankind and everyone in their life and on and on. No, they have watched the pretty girls and guys in entertainment go, oh, that's disgusting. That's wretched. That's awful. No one should think that way. And then when they're in the world and they experience somebody push back against anti-whiteism, that is their exact response. These are animals that have been trained. And we figured it out. And everyone ignoring us and trying to misdirect people of the directions, they're anti-whites, even if they claim to be pro-white or whatever. Let me see what you all are saying. The great Corey says here, the answer you gave to stumbling last week covered this well, but I've encouraged vagues who end up subversives. Encouraged vagues who end up subversives and or you mean encountered them, maybe? Cockatoo helping somebody out. Brian, to find out about where to get Go Free. We have Amazon, and as she talks about right there, No White Guilt Collectibles.com. Thank you very much for helping him out. Chris Perry, if you would tag him, he will see your question. So somebody called Chris has a question. What type is the kind that uses Go Free as a skin suit for ideology? What type of person? It's somebody who's playing the villain. Where do these people, and I've spoken right to them, right to their faces, ask them, where did you learn this? Where did you learn how to dress like that, talk like that, be like this? They didn't get it directly from the National Socialists. Now, when they got started, it was a Hollywood creation for them. It is this caricature of the villain that the establishment wants you to play. Why? Because they have trained the white population to reject it. This is so elementary. It's so elementary. To me, at least, and to so many here, the swashbucklers. So they're villain role playing. Thank you for the question. The Westman is with us. Good to see you, brother. First Last pointing out that he's trying out white tonguing. I guess as like a form of virtue trapping. A great example of a virtue trapping was when there were those big arguments about women and what they should be doing and should not be doing. Now, we have, as we talk about here all the time, we have our ideals of what a perfect family, a perfect woman, a perfect man, all of the ideals. That doesn't mean that everybody is going to make the ideal. Everybody's going to fall short to some degree. Some women, especially in this age, are not going to be cut out for mothering. So they're going to if they come into the sphere and they serve white well-being in a positive way, they're contributors, that's fantastic. We accept the reality of the life they lived. Yes, they have agency as adults, and we also acknowledge the victimization, as we all have experienced, of anti-whiteism. But even that being said, there have been women throughout the history of the West that were extraordinary individuals, and that they were allowed into the sciences, and they were, because they actually could do it, they were allowed into medicine. Not like today, where a white man is fired and then somebody's got to get the job. A white man isn't hired, a white man isn't trained, and somebody has got to do it. So they had people coming out and saying, women shouldn't do anything in the white sympathetic sphere except make babies and be in the, and they were literal. That's an example of virtue trapping. This woman can't participate because in this way, whatever that way is, swashbuckling, for example, they can't participate because the virtue, that the ideal is that you're supposed to be just pushing babies out and have no other, which is, of course, the most noble and beautiful thing that can be done, creating white babies. But they say that's what you should be doing and everything else, and they shut you down that way. There were quite a few female content creators, who knows what would have ended up happening to them anyhow, but there were quite a few. I mean, a bunch of them are coming to mind that were contributing, and they were of their own volition, kind of in the direction of white positivity. They would have, without question, ended up here had they continued, but they were run off by the garbage, not from the anti-whites, but within the so-called white sympathetic sphere, showing up saying, you can't do this. It's interesting that the same garbage is very tolerant of the Lily Gaddis types. If you want to Roman salute on X and ruin your life, then we'll have you do that. All right, let me see if I have any other comments. We had such a beautiful gathering today. What an epic week. Do not miss the Shade Tree if you can, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I will definitely be back on Wednesday at 7 p.m. I might come back on X. I don't know. I might appear on the Shade Tree as well. Keep an eye out for that. Novi Horace says, under communism, it was not Russia, but Soviet Union. Yes, correct. Russia is of the white biosphere. Precisely, 100%. Many Russians, white Slavic people, were harmed. 100%. Novi Horace, 100%. Communism is an anti-white ideology. It's a subset of anti-whiteism, communism. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. If it harms us, then it's anti-white. It falls under the rubric of anti-whiteism. Corey said, encountered. Okay, I got it right. Thank you, brother, for clarifying. Yeah, encountered vagues who end up subversives and very manipulative. Yeah. You just you give them an opportunity to set them straight. And if they're not going to do it, you move right by them. We got millions and millions of good white people that are ready to take up this practice, this white magic, and change their lives and the world around them. Based White is with us. Big salutes for this hero. He says, repairing my car with no white guilt. Amen, brother. We are the doers in this community. We are the doers. The other communities, they're like, I was in the middle of playing Fortnite, and then I heard you talking about Joe's. Okay. Thanks. And we have a Juiceberg in the audience now of subversive. So we called on the topic of subversives, and one showed up. That's all you got to do. They're like, you're talking about the well-being of white people? No, you're not allowed to do that. Really contemplate this. Like when you see people like Ken, you really have to wonder. These people are showing up and demanding that the conversation not be about our victimization, not be about white well-being. Think about that. What are these monsters? What are these? And the anonymity of the internet has really allowed this to proliferate. Danunaki says, hey, Jason, got a hard copy. Where can I get the audio? Good to see you, brother. Big salutes. Amazon. Audible. It should be when you go to look up the book on Amazon, you should see the link to the Audible, the digital, and the hard copy. Thanks, brother. Speak of the subversive, and he shows himself. He shows himself. Meanwhile, we're having all these victories for white people, and they still show up, and they're like, that's not the right thing to do. What you got to do is, this is what you got to do. You got to just complain about dudes. Complain about the dudes. Some more. You got to do some more dude complaining. You're having victories? You're doing it wrong. You shouldn't have victories. You just should be complaining about the dudes. Meanwhile, we're over here rocking it out of the park with like living James Brown, living in America style. Ha! Live in America. All right. I guess I don't know if Ken was banned completely, but he's not talking anymore. Superhighways, coast to coast, need them to get anywhere. On the transcontinental overload, just climb behind the wheel. How does it feel when there's no destination that's too far? Somewhere on the way, you might find out who you are. Living in America. Eye to eye, station to station, hits his wife. Living in America. Got to have a celebration. That's a funny song. All right. I don't see any tags over here. Wait, Dallas has tagged me. What do you think about this term? White erasure haze, to describe the state of confusion and partial blindness to one's white erased surroundings. Hey, try that one out. That sounds like that has potential. Yeah, try that one out in your conversation. And definitely get back and let us know how it's working. Heartsa coming through with a diamond of cryptocurrency over here on D-Live. God bless the Heartsa champion. True hero in service to white well-being. Diamond of cryptocurrency. Winged Productions over here on Odyssey. The worst thing our fearless leaders did was not treat Osama bin Laden, I'm sorry, like Caesar treated the, what is that? It's way too blurry and too many letters for me to guess at the word. Good to see you over there, champ. Good brother. Eye to eye, station to station, living in America. Got to have a celebration. They're going to be like, the subversives are going to say, he's some kind of a N lover. I swear to God, look at this absolute Juiceberg loser. NWG, hey, Jews. I mean, that is unreal. That is unfreaking real. All right. Keep an eye out. What an amazing week. What an amazing week it was for us. We're going to have more amazing weeks. But keep an eye out for yours truly, maybe showing up somewhere else other than just on Wednesday. And then, of course, back next Sunday, these Church of the West, glorious work that we do here in service to white well-being. It is nothing but a pleasure. I'm so happy. Anonymous was asking and I was answering. I'm so happy that we are crystallizing more every day a body of white people that are not going to go down the same self-destructive Ye's law, end of your effort, never do anything good for white people paths. This means everything. This means everything to the white race. I mean, the weight of all of our ancestors and our descendants and so many of our greats and Western civilization to be is really on our shoulders. And that's why the fact that we continue to be courageous and stick with us, that is why we will have earned the right to be in the stars of those descendants. Every single one of you will have your name in the stars. The stories and the legends of the white race who fought back with love, hope, and redemption, overcame the psychological warfare of the spurgs and the losers trying to drag us down into oblivion, fought our way through all of them and the anti-whites at the same time, the hardcore, the more openly anti-whites, that is, and came out on top of the mountain, raising the star of our solar system, that sun as glorious and golden as it is, up high on our shoulders, the first sunrise in the West. It's because of you that it's happening. God bless you all. Let's go free.